Good evening. I bring to order the meeting for the Housing Authority of the City of Salem to order for Monday, July 10th, 2023. Would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Nishioka.
Here.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Here.
Commissioner Gwynn.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Hoy.
Here.
Commissioner Nordyke.
Here.
Commissioner Varney.
Here.
Resident Commissioner Villegas.
Here.
Chair Stapleton.
Here. Thank you. All right. I have asked Commissioner Hoy to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Vice Chair Phillips, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Yes, I move additions to the consent calendar.
We need a second. Anybody?
Second.
Thank you. Chair motion?
We'll be adding 3.3A under resolutions to tonight's consent calendar.
Great. Would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoy.
Here. Aye.
Commissioner Nordyke.
Aye.
Commissioner Varney.
Aye.
Commissioner Nishioka.
Aye.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Aye.
Commissioner Gwynn.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Villegas.
Aye.
Chair Stapleton.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. We have nobody signed up for public comment. Vice Chair, the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you.
So tonight's consent calendar consists of 3.1A, the June 26, 2023 draft Salem Housing Authority minutes, and 3.3A, which is the limited partnership agreement to permit the Housing Authority to serve as the special limited partner of Orchard Park Preservation Partners Limited Partnership. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Would you like to speak a little bit? This is a new addition to the agenda, something that kind of came on last minute. Would you like to speak to that a little bit, or maybe we have staff comment?
Yeah, I mean, just to start with, thank you, Chair Stapleton. So this is a big deal, and I'm so excited to hear that we were able to successfully become a partner and preserve what is 224 units of defined affordable housing at Orchard Park. So I would really like to hear from staff, just kind of briefly summarize this really encouraging development that is so needed, especially at this moment in our history.
Thank you. I'm Jessica Blakely, Assistant Housing Administrator for the Salem Housing Authority, here to speak a little bit on Orchard Park. Some history surrounding Orchard Park is it's a 224-unit community located in Northeast Salem. In 2021, this building fell out of its affordability. Prior to that time, Salem Housing Authority attempted to work in partnership to preserve that and have been working ever since. The exciting news is that we're hoping that if we're successful tonight with the resolution, we'll be a part of the project closing this Friday, bringing all 224 units back under affordability for our Salem community. So it's a huge win for Salem Housing Authority. One of the benefits, obviously, is the offset in the operational expenses, allowing to keep those rents lower. It gives a lot of stability to the residents that are living there now, who might be fearful. The project has been converting to market rate ever since the 2021 timeframe. So we're just very excited to be a part of this partnership and available here to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you for that outstanding summary, and thank you even more for the outstanding work on behalf of the entire Housing Authority. This is really incredible news. I know that Chair and I have been following this very closely, and I understand that it happened very recently and kind of towards the end of some of those deadlines. So this is just so encouraging, and I am so grateful for the work you guys continue to do on behalf of all the residents here in Salem.
I had a quick question about this. Do you know how long this is going to stay in affordability?
Yes, that's a great question. The affordability for this building will remain in effect for 60 years, and at the end of the 60 years, the Housing Authority will have the right of first refusal. So it's going to be a long-term affordable project for Salem for a long time to come.
That's fantastic news. Thank you. Does anybody else have a question? Yeah, Commissioner Hoy.
Just quickly, where is this exactly in Northeast Salem?
It's located at 4100 Casey Circle, so near Portland Road and Ward Drive.
Thank you very much.
Let's see. Okay. Seeing no other questions, would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Nordike.
Aye.
Commissioner Barney.
Aye.
Commissioner Nishioka.
Aye.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Aye.
Commissioner Gwynn.
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoy.
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Villegas.
Aye.
Chair Stapleton.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you so much. And thank you again for all your hard work on that. It's really fantastic news. Next up on our agenda, it looks like we have public hearings. And we have Melanie here to walk us through. So please.
First, I'll read a
Yes.
short script. The Salem Housing Authority will now conduct a public hearing to consider approving amendments to the Salem Housing Authority's 2022 to 2026 Public Housing Agency Plan and Annual Capital Fund Plan for submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation, followed by public testimony. Individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, the public hearing is now open, and we have a staff presentation.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. I'm Melanie Fletcher, Assistant Housing Administrator for the Salem Housing Authority, and I am here to present some information about our Public Housing Agency, or PHA, plan, and which you may be familiar with. It's something that we do annually. We have to submit it to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. But this is the first year that I am excited to bring to you our Moving to Work supplement to the Public Housing Agency plan, which will outline the various activities that we plan to implement in the coming year under that plan. So first off, just to give you a little bit of an overview for anyone who's not familiar with these two administrative documents, the PHA plan it's our guide to our policies, programs, operations, and strategies for meeting our local housing needs and goals. And so every year we have to submit a PHA plan, and then every 5 years we have to submit a more comprehensive plan. So this year is an annual plan year, so it's the smaller of the two documents. We are required to hold a resident advisory board meeting to gather feedback and comments before we submit that plan to HUD. As a Moving to Work agency, which I'll give you a little more information about that in just a moment, we also have to submit a supplement to the PHA plan annually to outline what we plan to do for the coming 12 months under our Moving to Work designation. So the public input process, we held our resident advisory board on June 30, 2023. We received no comments on the PHA plan or the Moving to Work supplement. But to ensure that we cast a wide net in our public input process, we surveyed program participants and residents, community partners, property owners and managers, and then our staff about our Move to Work supplement and our plans for the coming year to gauge kind of public sentiment about what we plan to do. So first I'll start with our Public Housing Agency plan. It is largely unchanged from last year's plan. Basically, we still have plans that may come to fruition in the coming year for demolition or disposition of 137 scattered site public housing units. These are largely single-family homes that have significant deferred maintenance. Scattered site units are costly to maintain because they're located all throughout our jurisdiction. It would be no net loss of rental assistance. HUD provides the Housing Authority with vouchers, tenant protection vouchers, to give to those residents so that they can continue to receive assistance, just not in that unit. And it actually is a net gain usually for housing authorities through this process because we receive those vouchers for those residents. And then we also have funds from the sale of those units to replace them with something that's more sustainable for the long-term future. So we would probably see a net gain in overall units assisted units in Salem and Kaiser. We also remain open to awarding up to 100 project-based vouchers per calendar year, which has been our plan for the last at least 4 years. And we did not make any changes to that number. That's been our standby for the last several years. So our other planned activities are to submit our first Moving to Work supplement to the PHA plan, outlining our Move to Work activities for the coming year. So Moving to Work, just in a nutshell, it is a demonstration program for public housing authorities that allows us the opportunity to design and test local solutions to meet housing needs in our local community. It provides an opportunity to use funding more efficiently. So HUD currently funds housing authorities with several different pools of funding. Being a Moving to Work agency allows you to put those into one bucket so that you can spend them as you see fit where it's needed in your community. Moving to Work also requires housing authorities to engage in activities that help residents find employment and be more self-sufficient and increase housing choice for program participants. It allows housing authorities exemptions from a lot of HUD regulations and provides flexibility in how we use our funding. And we were approved as a Move to Work agency last year in September in the what is called the asset building cohort. So what the heck does that mean? The asset building cohort allows us to create a new unique savings benefit for our program participants. They will be chosen at random per HUD requirements, which still have yet to be established. There will be no out-of-pocket contribution, no requirement to work in or to engage in work or self-sufficiency activities that is required for our participants. And then participation in this demonstration program is going to help inform national research on the effects of increased access to assets for low-income families. So we will do this through what is called an opt-out savings program, and it is called opt-out because families do not have to do anything to opt in, but if they are selected and they choose not to participate, they may opt out. We will provide funds to those households with the goal of increasing their access to savings. They will be provided in the forms of a savings account that has to accrue for at least a year or until the amount of the account reaches $120 before they can access those funds. Households do not have to meet any eligibility requirements in the family self-sufficiency statute. So currently we have a family self-sufficiency program that has work requirements and other incentives to gain access to those savings funds. This program would not have that. All households that we assist through the voucher program, public housing program, are potentially eligible, including households that are elderly or disabled. And the amounts that's contributed to the savings account is not tied to income for the household or increases in their rent. What we plan to do is assist 100 households, up to 100 households, I should say. National research on opt-out savings programs shows that typically 70% of people who are chosen go ahead and opt into the program and continue saving, and about 30% drop out. So we may not actually end up assisting 100, but that's our goal. It's about 3% of the people that we serve, the households that we serve. What we will do, our plan is to make that first deposit $120 so that there's no waiting period for the family to be able to access their savings account. And then we will do $100 per month thereafter with a total investment from us of $2,420 for the household over a 2-year period. We will be looking for a banking partner who can hopefully provide a match to those funds. Research has shown that low-income families, when they have access to an amount that is equal to subsisting at the poverty level for about 3 to 4 months, which is around $4,000 to $5,000, that actually has long-term impact on their well-being and their economic mobility. So our budget for this program doesn't allow us to hit that $4,000 to $5,000 mark, so we're hoping that we can find a banking partner that can help us get those families there. All right, so in addition to the opt-out savings program, we propose to implement several new activities to meet the HUD objectives under the Moving to Work demonstration program. We are looking to reduce cost and achieve greater cost effectiveness in federal expenditures. Just be good stewards of the money that we have, right, and spend it where it's needed. We want to give incentives to participants who are working, seeking work, or participating in training or education to obtain employment and move towards self-sufficiency, and increase housing choice for our program participants. Through the opt-out savings program, we are looking to promote economic mobility, and that refers to people's ability to improve their economic status over time. So I'm going to dive right into the proposed activities that we have. So the first is an alternative utility allowance. Currently, we have to set up a utility allowance schedule every year, and it's very, very complicated. We have to list individual utilities, even if they are not used very frequently. It involves a lot of numbers that are difficult to add quickly in your head. You have to remember a lot of different numbers if you're out there searching for housing. It's very complicated. It has a lot of room for error. It's hard to explain to our program participants. It makes it difficult for them to find housing that meets the affordability criteria. So we're proposing to simplify that utility allowance to still consider all the rates of the various utility providers within our jurisdiction, but creating averages so that you could very easily say, hi, I'm looking for a 1-bedroom, and this is the average that a 1-bedroom person spends on electricity and heat and cooking and water heating, rather than having to add those numbers up individually and come to a figure that's very similar across the board for different utility providers. So it would be much easier to have one number that you're looking for and make it easier for our folks to find housing. When we surveyed our folks, like I said, we looked at community partners, staff, property owners, and program participants. This has a 90.5% positive or neutral rating. So we asked everybody, do you think this would be negative, neutral, or positive? This one was 90.5%, so it's got good support. In the voucher program, there is a HUD affordability rule that prevents us from leasing up a family if their housing cost will be more than 40% of their adjusted monthly income. This affordability test is only applicable the very first year that somebody leases up, and then we never do it again. So someone can lease up in a unit that's at 40%, and the following year the landlord can raise the rent and they have to budget and adjust. Many years ago, the voucher program did not have this requirement, and it was a little simpler, and folks could make better budgeting decisions. We propose to increase housing choice by raising the affordability cap to 50%, providing some additional counseling to voucher holders when they receive their vouchers so they are aware of the risks of entering into a rental agreement where their burden for the rent is a little bit higher. But it gives them more choices as far as if they want to move into a place that's a little more expensive, they can choose to do so in budget. This has an 80% positive or neutral rate among the folks that we surveyed. This is a big one, modification of deductions. Currently, for households that qualify for deductions for medical or disability expenses or childcare, third-party documentation is required. Sometimes this is very cumbersome, particularly for households that have 10 or 12 different medical expenses that they have to verify. Folks have to go out and get receipts and printouts and documentation from their doctors, and it's very, very cumbersome. What we propose is to allow self-certification of these expenses with the right to verify third party if we feel that something's up and we need to follow up on that verification. So it would allow households that qualify for medical and disability expenses to self-certify up to $3,500 annually in medical expenses. Currently, we only have 30 households that claim more than that. And up to $5,000 annually for unreimbursed child care costs. This is a small percentage of folks on our program who qualify for and claim child care costs. Right now, only 4 of them claim more than $5,000 in child care. If the participant says, hey, my expenses are higher than that cap, they could still provide that third-party documentation and we could verify it. So it doesn't really have a negative effect on the household. It's not capped at that level. It's just self-certification up to that level. This one had an 81.25% positive or neutral ranking among those surveyed. Alternative income exclusions. Currently, HUD regulations require that we count non-cash contributions into the household as income. So imagine if you have no income coming into your household and your grandmother pays your cell phone bill. We have to count that as income. And what happens in that circumstance is that person with no income who has grandma paying the cell phone bill is that they end up having a rent obligation based off of somebody helping them have a cell phone that keeps them in contact with people. This is the most common situation that we see. We propose to eliminate non-cash contributions coming into the household. So if someone is paying a bill so that you can have a cell phone, if someone is buying you dog food, if someone is buying you toilet paper, we're not going to count that up to $2,000 a year as income, so that we don't have the folks that we're trying to serve, particularly people coming from homeless situations, where they may be marginally surviving with the help from their family and friends, that they are not penalized for that assistance that's keeping them afloat. Cash contributions, someone gives you, if grandma isn't paying your cell phone bill, but she's giving you $100 a month, that we would still count. It's just if somebody's paying something and it's not coming into your household, that it would be excluded up to $2,000 a year. Oh, this one had a 95% positive or neutral ranking. Rent reasonableness. One of our requirements is to make sure that units under the voucher program are renting for amounts that units that are not under the voucher program out in the community are renting for. It's a very complicated process. We have to maintain a database of comparable market units, which is very, very cumbersome. You can imagine our rental market over the last 5 years has been incredibly volatile. So we're trying to keep up with that on a monthly basis, and it's just really not practical. We have to refresh that database very frequently. So we propose to use a market to unit process using semi-annual market studies conducted by a contracted organization. So we would contract with someone who does this professionally to create market studies for us that would consider some factors like age of unit, neighborhood, size of the unit, type of the unit, and we would compare the rent that a property owner is asking for against that market study. Staff would be able to use their market knowledge in making those decisions, but it would make it much less burdensome if we did not have to maintain that database of units that's pretty much continually out of date because rents are just all over the place right now. This one was 95% positive or neutral. Currently, we have a requirement that any units that we own or operate, we have to have a HUD-approved third party conduct inspections and determine rent reasonableness for those units. We're not allowed to do those ourselves. So one of the things we can propose with moving to work is to eliminate that requirement so that we can do those inspections and rent reasonableness determinations ourselves. What we propose in this activity is that we would set aside a percentage of those inspections or rent determinations picked at random to have a quality control review by an outside organization. Currently, we have a relationship with a neighboring housing authority to do these inspections, these third-party inspections for us, and we would probably retain them in that role to do our quality control, make sure that we're on the straight and narrow with what we're doing with our inspections. This one was supported at 94%. Alternative reexamination schedule. This one is very exciting. Currently, we have to recertify household eligibility every year. This would allow us to do it every 2 years. If somebody has a decrease in their income of 10% or more between recertifications, they could still request an adjustment. But there would be no requirement for people to report increases between that time. So this falls into that incentives for folks who are working or attending school and that kind of thing, and improving economic status. So for almost all households, tenant rent portion would be redetermined every 2 years. And this one was supported at 74.5%. Self-certification of assets. Currently, HUD requires that we verify by third party asset values every 3 years, and then households can self-certify in the in-between years up to $5,000 of asset value. We're proposing to make a change to that. There is actually a federal law change that is going to raise that cap to $50,000, so that figure is not our choice, that's what's coming in the law, so we're aligning with that. However, what we are proposing to do is verify assets one time at initial eligibility and then allow self-certification for every year thereafter. Assets usually have very, very little impact to our participants' income. The majority of households do not even come close to the $5,000 amount of assets. So this would eliminate a very cumbersome and administratively burdensome process, both for the housing authority and for our program participants who have to provide us with bank statements. This one was supported at 84%. Last activity that we're proposing has kind of an odd title, but this is how HUD frames it. They call it limiting portability for project-based voucher units, which is a little bit of a misleading way to state it. What it means is currently, if you are residing in a project-based voucher unit, so you have rental assistance, but it is tied to the place that you're living at, after 12 months, you can request a housing choice voucher that you can take to move with. Okay, so that's the portability part. What happens though is that we have to assist anyone who is a project-based voucher resident who asks for a move voucher ahead of people on our waiting list. So it's delaying us being able to help people who are in dire situations waiting for vouchers and help people who already have housing. So we are proposing to increase that timeline to 24 months to allow people more time to become stable and comfortable in their project-based voucher unit before they can request a voucher. Households who need it as a reasonable accommodation, or if there's a family size change that occurs, if we've got a family in a single room occupancy unit that can only house one person and they gain a household member by birth, adoption, marriage, what have you, they would still be eligible to receive a move voucher to move out of that unit, so they would not have to stay there and be overcrowded for 24 months. So there are some exceptions, but generally people would need to wait 24 months to request that move voucher. This one was supported at 75.75%. So this was really cool, conducting a survey about these things, because we were able to collect some comments about how did people feel about these initiatives. So this is just a little sample of some of the things that people said. The alternative reexamination schedule will eliminate a lot of paperwork and hours needed in labor to cover all of these eligibility reviews. That came from a program participant, not even a staff member. So folks recognize that we have to move a lot of paper. The alternative income exclusion would be so great for the people who have no income or little income. Self-certification of assets is great. The current policy of third-party validation for medical deductions is shaming, and some providers might feel these patients would be a risk to the financial situation of their practice. So, gives people a little more privacy. Modification of deductions lessens the burden to access verification of medical expenses when homeless or overwhelmed by the stressors of financial poverty. I think having one figure, the alternative utility allowance, will be so much easier for clients and landlords to understand. It may even eliminate the number of not affordable units that are turned in, which is something that happens every day. We have to deny units because they're not affordable. And my two favorite ones. I like most of these ideas. Cheers. And I think these are all great ideas. So to recap, we were approved for Move to Work. This is our first year to implement our Move to Work initiatives. We're part of the asset building cohort, and we'll be creating an opt-out savings program as part of that. We're proposing all these activities to reduce or eliminate program requirements to make it easier to work with our programs from our client's perspective, free up staff time, and streamline processes. And as of the end of June of 2023, community feedback shows support or neutral opinion for all proposed activities at a rate between 75 to 95%. So fairly high support. And comments from program participants, PHA staff, and community partners are supportive and positive. Commissioners, do you have any questions for me about what we're proposing?
Does anybody else feel they might need like a master's degree in all of this to just fully track everything? Are there questions, commissioners? Other than it's a fantastic program. I know we've been working on this for a while. And we are thrilled that we're moving forward, and I can't wait to see positive impacts in our community. I think it will have a really positive impact on the community. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
We have one question here from Commissioner
Just
Hoy.
a quick question.
Sure.
How long does the process take? How long have you been working on this program?
Well, we applied last year. I think we submitted our application in July of 2022. We were approved in September. So we're looking to implement, I mean, obviously we're going to submit it with our fiscal year plan. I have a feeling it'll take us a little while. We have to rewrite some of our policies to incorporate these activities. We have to wait for HUD's approval and then rewrite some of our policies. So my guess is that they'll probably be implemented with the calendar year 2024. Yeah. And then we'll monitor how they go, and we may adjust in the coming years. If something doesn't work the way that we want it to or has a different impact than what we're expecting, we can make adjustments, and we'll bring all that back to you in the following year.
Commissioner Phillips.
So thank you, Chair, and thank you for your excellent presentation during this public hearing. Since this seems like it's a newer process that we're doing kind of for the first time, my question is self-serving as Chair. Is there a motion that's needed, or is this purely informational?
Yes, there's a resolution
Okay.
to approve for us to submit the PHA plan and the Moving to Work supplement.
Thank you.
Great. Seeing no other questions, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Okay.
And Vice Chair, do we have a motion?
I move the staff recommended resolution, which includes amendment to the Salem Housing Authority's 2023 to 2027 Public Housing Agency Plan and Annual Capital Fund Plan.
Second.
Correction, he said 2022 to 27. I think it's 26. Am I reading this correctly?
I apologize if I misspoke. What I meant to say was I move staff recommendation of the resolution that includes amendments to the Salem Housing Authority's 2023 to 2027 Public Housing Agency Plan and Annual Capital Fund Plan.
I'm looking at the wrong one.
Okay.
Okay. Are we good? And we had a second, but I didn't hear who it was from. Commissioner Varney, thank you. To your motion?
I think that this sounds like an excellent plan, and I appreciate the thorough presentation. This seems like a no-brainer to me, so I anticipate supporting it enthusiastically.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, I really want to say I truly appreciate all the work that the Housing Authority has done. You really have made a huge difference for Salem, so thank you for all your work.
All right, seeing no other questions, would the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Varney?
Aye.
Commissioner Nishioka?
Aye.
Vice Chair Phillips?
Aye.
Commissioner Gwynn?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoy?
Aye.
Commissioner Nordike?
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Villegas? Okay, well, I guess
She might
she's,
have dropped off the call.
all right. Resident Commissioner Villegas? Going once. Chair Stapleton?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you so much. We have no special orders of business, no information reports, so we are adjourned. Thank you so much.
Oops.
Call this meeting of the Salem City Council for Monday, July 10th, 2023 to order. If the recorder will please call the roll.
Counselor Stapleton?
I'm here.
Counselor Nishioka?
Here?
Counselor Phillips?
Here.
Counselor Gwynn?
Here.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Here.
Counselor Hoy?
Here.
Counselor Nordike?
Here.
Counselor Varney?
Here.
Mayor Hoy?
Here. All right. Vice Chair, Council President Stapleton, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Not tonight.
Wrong meeting. Thank you. It's time for council and city manager comments. Do we have any? I think the city manager wanted to lead off with a couple of items, so I'll turn it over to city manager Staley.
I would love to. It is my honor. Where is Chief Womack? Still in the room? It is my
He's right
honor to introduce two new deputy police chiefs. They were sworn in earlier today. I was honored to be at that presentation and excited to be able to be here and be part of presenting them to the community. I was lucky enough to participate in the interview process a couple of weeks ago, and we had an impressive group of candidates present their qualifications for these two positions. And frankly, I think we could have chosen any one of them and they would have succeeded. We're fortunate enough to be able to choose the best of them, and I'm excited where they're going to take this community and organization and the support that they're going to be able to provide to the chief in moving forward. He has not had a full command staff for nearly his entire time here as the police chief. So this is an exciting consolidation, and I am just thrilled to be able to turn this over to the chief and have him introduce these two candidates. Or
Thank
two
you.
deputy chiefs, I guess.
Thank
at
you,
this
City
point.
Manager. Yes.
Yeah.
Mayor, Council, thank you for a moment of time to talk tonight. As Mr. Staley talked about, it's a very exciting moment for the police department and our community with the promotion of two new deputy chiefs from within the police department. They went through a pretty rigorous competitive process. It's months in the making. Each one had at least 4 months to serve in an acting deputy chief role before they went through this competitive selection process, which included outside assessors outside of our organization, and several community members were involved in the selection process. So I know they're well-deserved, well-earned promotions for these two. I have with me here today, if you'll gentlemen step forward, Deputy Chief Brandon Ditto. He's here. He's served with the police department now for over 17 years. His last assignment was within our support division, and that's the division that he'll now be leading as a deputy chief. He oversaw our personnel and training section, so all the training for the department, administrative, internal investigations, and so forth, and our agency accreditation. So he's very, very familiar with our department and that side of the house, and he'll be leading that division. I also have Deputy Chief Trevor Phillips with me. Some of you may recognize him from his past work as our PIO, so he was a public face of the department for many years. Trevin has served for over 19 years in law enforcement. He started in California for a bit before he came back to his home state here in Oregon to work for Salem and raise his family. His last assignment was in our Field Operations Division as a shift commander, and that's the division he'll now be running at the deputy chief level. We have 3 divisions within the police department, so 2 of your deputy chiefs, new deputy chiefs, are here now. Not too long ago, I also promoted a 3rd deputy chief, Jacob Burke, who couldn't make it tonight, but he's in charge of our investigations division. So we have a completely new executive team as part of my executive leadership team with the police department. So I'm happy this team's in place. I know we have the right people, and I'm excited about the progress we're going to make together. So thank you both, and I'd like to welcome them to their new roles. I'd like to take a moment, too, to talk a little bit about Assistant Chief Skip Miller. Is he here in the room?
Other side.
Where'd he go? There he is, in the corner over there. Skip, thank you for all your service. So one of the reasons we have one of these vacancies here that I'm filling is because a long-term member of our department, Skip Miller, is retiring. Thursday this week's his last day, so we'll be having a retirement ceremony for him, thanking him for his years of service. He's served with Salem Police Department for over 25 years, so he's one of the longest terms, or if not the most senior member of the department, very close. Notably, he served at the executive leadership level as a deputy chief or now as an assistant chief for about almost 10 years. So most of that was over our field operations division, so all sorts of complex emergency responses and incidents he's handled over the years. And for me, now after chief here for 2.5 years, Skip's just been an invaluable asset with his institutional knowledge, helping me transition in as the new leader of the organization. So Skip, I just want to give you a heartfelt thanks and thank Skip here too for his years of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and congratulations, Deputy Chiefs, and congratulations especially to Assistant Chief Miller. Congratulations on your retirement. Did you have anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Are there any councilor comments? Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, one and all. The Salem Public Library Teen Advisory Board is accepting applications. And that normally doesn't sound like a big newsworthy event, but the future leaders of Salem most likely were born here and are raised here and will become our future leaders. And so I encourage everyone, especially to the kids out there who feel that they don't belong, that this is one of many opportunities out there for you to build leadership skills. And once upon a time, I was on the Salem Youth Advisory Commission myself, a different entity which no longer exists, but it helped inspire my passion for public service. So believe it when I say that there are opportunities out there for young people to start sharing, to start participating in government, to start engaging. So it may seem like a small thing, but that's how things often begin. Next, I see on our information reports tonight that we have a request from our Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is requesting that we fund a feasibility study for renewable energy at the Salem Airport, and I am fully supportive of this concept. I serve on the Airport Advisory Committee, and we know that there is tremendous change afoot at our airport, and that this once sleepy little town that I grew up in is rapidly growing indeed. And I'm proud to support the effort to bring commercial air service to Salem. I also note that we have unanimous support from the Planning Commission. It's an esteemed group of folks from across the city of Salem who dedicate a lot of time poring over documents much thicker than the stacks that I have before me tonight. So I encourage my peers on council to be supportive of this request. I think it's well-founded, and investing in renewable energy at the airport makes perfect sense to me. And last but not least, on a personal note, I recently helped celebrate my father's 78th birthday. He has been an attorney and small business owner right here in Salem for well over 50 years. So happy birthday, Dad.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments? Councilor Verney.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hoy. A couple of things here. West Salem has a new street mural, and it's on the corner of Kingwood and 2nd Street. It's called Water's Edge, and it depicts it's beautiful. It depicts a circular river with salmon swimming in it, and it has native Nootka roses, an osprey in a tree, and swallowtail butterflies. And I wanted to say thank you very much for the $1,000 grant from Travel Salem, the Edgewater Partnership, the West Salem Neighborhood Association, artists Kristen Coons and Stephanie Juanillo and many other neighbors for making it possible. And another thing, Mayor Hoy and Councilor Stapleton and I attended the Women's Suffrage Marker unveiling last Thursday at the Capitol State Park. And there's a marker. It was to commemorate a marker. The content on the marker notes our state's suffrage history and Oregon's ratification of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote nationwide. I was surprised, and it was wonderful to learn how persistent Oregonians are. It took 6 attempts for women to finally achieve full voting rights in Oregon, and that occurred in 1912. The first attempt was in 1884. So I thought that was very, very persistent, definitely. And then lastly, I wanted to mention an encounter I had at Safeway in West Salem last weekend. I was standing in line to check out, and there was a man in front of me who was disheveled, and he had his backpack in a cart, and he had a bottle of Mountain Dew and a banana that he wanted to purchase, and he set them down there. And then he dug this crumpled dollar bill out of his pocket and a bunch of change, and he didn't have enough to pay for both items. And so he paid for his bottle of Mountain Dew, and he had started to move out, and then I leaned over to the cashier and asked if I could go ahead and purchase the banana, and he said sure, so I did that. And then the guy left, headed out of the store. As I was actually headed out of the store after checking out, this man who was obviously disabled, he'd probably been using the cart to help hold him up as well as carry his backpack. He was coming back into the store, and he put his cart away in the stack. Very neatly, and I was just amazed because I really thought about that when I walked out in the parking lot there at Safeway and saw 8 shopping carts scattered either in empty spots or in the landscaped areas or on the sidewalks, and it made me really start thinking about people who claim about others being irresponsible or not held accountable or whatever. And, you know, I look out there and I really wonder how many of them think about that if they're the ones that are leaving their carts out there. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. I just wanted to remind people that the Half Ironman will be taking place on the 24th of July, so we don't have another council meeting until after that. So be aware of the traffic and come out and support the participants. This is a really big deal for Salem and Oregon. This Half Ironman is the only one that sells out across the nation. They love it here in Salem, and I think that's marvelous, and I hope that we continue the partnership that we have with that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I think it's the 23rd. It's on Sunday.
Oh, you're right. The meeting's the 24th. Thank you for the correction. The 23rd Sunday.
No worries. Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor Chris Hoy, for joining us on July 4th in Ward 3. We have a local neighborhood tradition of having a bit of a parade. A couple hundred people show up. It's totally volunteer. And I'd also like to thank Salem Fire Engine 9 or Fire Truck 9 for being there as well again this year for the duration that they could. I think there were a lot of calls that day and they had to leave, but it's always fun for the kids to come out and see the fire truck. And we appreciate the mayor for joining us this year. That was real nice. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. It was a lot of fun. I didn't know what to expect, and it was a real treat. Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I spent the last 4 days, Thursday through Sunday, at the Marion County Fair in a food trailer. So if I fall asleep tonight, that's what's happening. Back in February of this year, a friend came to me. She told me about her grandson who struggled with mental health issues and addiction. He'd been living on the street for a long time, but had resurrected, resurfaced, and returned home. He's sober, she said, attending church, and he'd like a chance at holding a job. We hired him at his first interview. He was bright, cheery, and a hard worker. He was a problem solver, too, from the start. When his first paycheck came, he was pretty happy and seemed proud of himself. 2 weeks later, he received his second paycheck, and he never came back. He disappeared. His family shared with me that he just couldn't bring himself to open a bank account. We waited patiently, but he did not return to work at Geppetto's. I checked in with his grandmother frequently. He said he didn't want a bank account. He said he'd rather live in the park. They could only assume he was using again. That was the last time they saw him. His grandmother called me today with an update. Sadly, he was found dead in an alley in downtown Salem this last week of a probable overdose of fentanyl. We knew he'd never cashed his checks, and we made good on them today to help pay for his funeral expenses. You see, when a person dies and has family, the family pays. If they're indigent, there's no one to pay the bill. This man needed more help than a job could give him, and he's only one of many. Just having more money to spend won't fix these problems. We need programs that work. He could not and would not ever have asked for help, the help he needed. I believe we failed him because our systems are broken and not working properly. The action item, please make it stop.
Thank you, Councilor. I'm sorry for your loss and sorry for the family's loss. Thank you for sharing that story. Are there any other councilor comments? I just wanted to mention that I know I'm not a part of the Salem Housing Authority any longer, but I was the chair for quite a number of years, and I am so excited about Orchard Park. That's a project I worked on for a couple of years, and I'm really excited to see that staying in affordability. That's going to help 224 families remain housed in Salem, and I'm really, really thankful for all of the work on by the Salem Housing Authority, the partnership with Oregon Housing and Community Services, and all the folks who came together to make that happen. So thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on. We have no proclamations and no presentations, but we do have some public comment. We have about, at last count, 45 or so folks signed up.
It's just item 2, and this is item 8.
Okay.
Public hearing is everybody else.
Okay. So, thank you. So we have a few folks scheduled for public comment under 2, and then we'll have a 45 or so under the public hearing, and then a couple of folks under item 8. So we will start with item 2. So that means Evan West, come on up to the podium. Be sure and hit that button so the green light comes on. Introduce yourself and your ward or your address. Introduce yourself for the record, and a reminder, you have 3 minutes. When the yellow light starts flashing, that means you have 1 minute left. When the red light comes on, that means your time's up. Please stop when the red light comes on. Mr. West.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy, members of the City Council. I'm Evan West. I'm a homeowner in Ward 7. My comment is in regard to what I thought was item 5A, the motion proposed by Councilor Phillips regarding overlay zones. In the time since overlay zones were last discussed, I've pondered the question posed by Mayor Hoy, which was, what makes these 5 zones unique? And I've come to realize that the answer is that the issue at hand is actually not whether the 5 overlay zones are unique, and it's also not a question of whether SCAN is unique. The reason many constituents stood before you and submitted comment is because our entire city of Salem is unique. Our community is made up of many diverse neighborhoods that have their own contributions, their own character, and yes, their own challenges. And I'll give you some examples of character. Lancaster is the incubator of so many of our cherished locally owned small businesses. Swan boasts the agriculture and recreation of Minto Brown Park. West Salem is the gateway to and from the Willamette River. Morningside, Cessna, and Fayrite support many of our schools and families. Downtown Salem tells the story of the development of our state capital and boasts a wonderful mix of restaurants, parks, and activities. SCAN just happens to have 2 of our city's 3 listed or eligible residential historic districts. I could go on, but I think you understand the picture. The fact that our community is not a homogenized blob of urban sprawl is what makes it uniquely attractive and livable. I feel strongly that on June 26th, this council heard this statement clearly and acted accordingly to ensure that the complex needs of neighborhoods are able to be addressed individually, not always by sweeping citywide action. As we face an impending budget crisis, it's more important than ever to ensure that city resources, including staff hours, are expended carefully. To ask planning staff to revisit a question that was studied for months and then resolved following a lengthy public hearing is far from a responsible use of limited resources. I hope that each of you will affirm your commitment to fiscal responsibility, to the protection of the individual qualities and characteristics that make our community whole, and to your ability to hear and meet the needs of your constituents by declining to revisit the overlay zone question today. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Michael Slater. Green light, please. Hit the button there.
I should know that. Mayor Hoy, councilors, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here, I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I serve on the Salem Planning Commission. I'm here to just bring your attention to point 6A, which is the Planning Commission's recommendation or encouragement to you all to fund a solar feasibility study at the airport. A solar feasibility study would do the following. It would identify the airport's energy needs and existing infrastructure to support renewable energy there, identify specific locations at the airport for solar panels, and make recommendations related to financial viability, financing, and structure, and ownership structure. It also includes the FAA mandated glare study. This document would allow the city to determine whether it's profitable or if not profitable, whether it's in the public's best interest to have this facility, how it would actually be sited, and provided the necessary information for the FAA to make approval of installing solar at the airport. I think there's a lot of reasons to install solar at the airport. I'm not going to spend my time making that case for you today, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the process.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. I do know that that program is in process. I know there's a grant application underway, and I know that staff is supporting that effort. So stay tuned for more.
I could have stayed home. Thank you.
You could have stayed home, but I'm glad you didn't. All right. Donna Cowan. You need to go up and around. Thank you. Yes.
See if I can find this. My name is,
You're good.
It's on. My name is Donna Cowan.
If you could step a little bit closer to it, though.
Okay. My name is Donna Cowan. I live at 2380 West Nob Hill, and that is the area that's being discussed for the overlay section. I actually am going to read for David Friday, who is out of town, but sent me this, and it pretty much covers what I was saying too. It says, here's the bullet points I have coming up with regarding the special nature of our neighborhood are as follows. Many homes on West Nob Hill Street are over 100 years old. Parking is very limited, and we have to get a special permit to park in our street for his own house, for his own household. McKinley Elementary School is 1 block away with small children walking to it. There are better areas to build, sorry, my hands are shaking. There are better areas to build 6-story buildings like downtown at the city limits where there is ample land, and several decades ago a commitment agreement was made that is still reasonable, which goes for the 3-story height thing. Home values will decline if the zoning change is made, and many homes are the major retirement plan for many residents, myself. Lots of the people, I talked to several different people before I came down here tonight, and they were like, I didn't get that memo, I can't make it. And they all agreed that this is their retirement home. This is the one and only home that they've purchased. Okay, I got to keep going on this. He says, why not keep the current limit of 3 stories, which are being built all around town? They must be feasible for some developers. The shadows cast will block out the sun in mid-afternoon in summer and early afternoon in the winter. And he also says that I'm still working on a diagram of the shadow cast on our property. I am headed out on a 2-week trip, but we'll still work on this. So he's going to try and set it up so we can see for ourselves what that shadow cast is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. All right, that's it for item number 2. So, Council President Stapleton, the consent calendar.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. The consent calendar tonight is relatively short for a change, which is nice. Item 3.1A, the June 26, 2023 draft City Council minutes. Item 3.3A, a letter of support for the Housing Production Strategy Grant application. Item 3.3B, intergovernmental agreement with City of Turner Police Department for vehicle maintenance. And lastly, item 3.3C, which is the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Almsville Police Department for vehicle maintenance. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. We'll open a public hearing. Item 4A.
The Salem City Council will now hold a public hearing regarding Ordinance Bill No. 1223, creating the Safe Salem employee-paid payroll tax on wages earned within the City of Salem. The hearing will begin with a staff presentation, followed by public testimony. Individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe City Manager Staley is going to lead us off.
I am. Just as soon as Josh gets our presentation launched. And we're on our way here. So, good evening, City Council, staff, community members here in Council Chambers and viewing in our live stream. Welcome and thank you for your time and your attention. Before we get started, I would like to recognize the Council and the community for the way that most of the most have approached these deliberations. We have focused on the policy choices in front of us. There has been respect for opposing points of view and perspectives, and I hope that we can continue that practice this evening. I truly wish that we weren't here this evening, not only because it's a beautiful summer evening out, and I would love to be out riding my bike in Minto Brown Island Park, but because this is hard work, and it means we have hard choices to make. There aren't right choices and wrong choices in front of us tonight. These are choices about values and feelings and directions and funding. These are the hardest discussions and decisions that an elected body can make. The choices that you have this evening will have a lasting impact and will chart the course of the city over the next 10 years and beyond. A choice to move forward with the Safe Salem payroll tax will put us on a path of growing our services and a more stable financial future. A choice to not move forward means that we will be faced with creating a smaller organization with less capacity to deliver services to our community. Neither decision is right or wrong, but the outcomes will be very different. This evening, Josh Uggleston, our Chief Financial Officer, and I will attempt to provide an overview of Safe Salem property tax or employee payroll tax proposal. I will focus on the why, and Josh will focus on the what and the how. Of course, we are here to answer your questions as best we can. However, even after tonight's vote, if it passes, there will be many questions to be answered about how this tax will be administered. This is new territory for us and for municipalities in Oregon in general. Lastly, I will note that the Safe Salem payroll tax had its genesis nearly 5 years ago when the Sustainable Services Revenue Task Force was convened by Council to consider the work of this group in April of 2019 and ultimately voted to place a payroll tax measure on the ballot in 2020. Of course, we all know that this measure was ultimately pulled from consideration due to the uncertainty created by the pandemic. Fortunately, ARPA funds received from the federal government in 2020 and 2021 allowed the city to postpone this discussion of this difficult subject. After receiving the 5-year forecast in December 2022 from Josh, I became convinced that it was time to have this conversation again. The federal funds have been spent, and we are facing a $19 to $29 million budget shortfall if we don't increase revenues or reduce spending. I presented a balanced budget to Council this April that was predicated on two things: increasing the operations fee and enacting a payroll tax. After studying the work of the task force, considering our options, and fully and deeply understanding the needs of the organization and the community, I believe that that is our best path forward. Next slide. Safe Salem proposal. This evening we are here to conduct a public hearing. Once we have heard from the public, you will consider their input whether the ordinance as presented is ready for a vote. If you direct that significant changes be made, we may need to come back at some point in the future. If you approve the ordinance on second reading, staff will begin taking steps to implement the ordinance immediately. Safe Salem is the second of two parts of a funding strategy that will put us on a path towards financial stability, meeting our growing community's needs. Safe Salem spreads the cost of providing services to employees working in the city, diversifies the city's revenue stream by creating a more equitable and economically responsive revenue stream, maintains our strong financial position and bond rating, and is focused broadly on public safety and will allow us to maintain, in some cases, expand these services. Next slide. As I have said throughout this year's budget process that started on January 9th, 2023, Salem has both a revenue and a staffing problem. Neither our funding or our staffing levels have kept pace with our growing population and escalating demand for services. The Safe Salem proposal will address these gaps by enhancing revenue to allow us to close our funding gap and to add positions to close our staffing gap. It by no means eliminates these gaps, but without these funds and staffing made possible by Safe Salem proposal, these gaps would continue to widen, forcing ever greater reductions in services in years to come. Next slide. Services not meeting the community need. On May 15th, the Budget Committee heard, and you, council members, heard directly from the police chief and the fire chief about the changes in service have met to their operations. Our recent employee engagement survey on services confirms the chief's perspectives. Reductions in staffing and growth in service demand has had a negative impact on employee morale, retention, recruitment, and service delivery. Next slide. External factors, costs are up and revenue is capped. Most municipalities in the state of Oregon are struggling with these same questions. Salem is not unique. How can they increase revenues to better meet the needs of their communities, or what services are going to get cut or eliminated to maintain a balanced budget? There are many factors that drive the city's budget that we have little control over, including inflation, health insurance, fuel, labor markets, state mandates for retirement contributions, and paid leave Oregon, just to name a few. Next slide. The City of Salem has been in survival mode for over 15 years. I am proud and amazed at our employees. They truly have given their all and continue to do so every day for this community. With each of the preceding budgets, the city has incrementally eliminated services and stretched people to present a balanced budget. These cuts have been seen across the organization, whether in reduced levels of service in the police department, longer response times in the fire department, shorter hours and fewer programs at the library, changing levels of maintenance in our parks, delayed acquisition of necessary software, and extended use of equipment beyond replacement practices. We have reduced or eliminated training, travel, and supplies, so we operate on a razor's edge. These practices have allowed us to provide a basic, if ever decreasing level of service, while also increasing staff stress, lowering employee morale, and increasing risk throughout the organization and the community. Next slide. Protecting community and safety and livability. The Safe Salem payroll tax will generate an additional $29 million in revenue and will allow us to maintain and in some cases increase police and fire to enhance our level of service in those two services. It will also allow us to continue to fund the micro shelter villages and the navigation center that will quickly be closed if funding is not made available. It will also allow us to expand our homeless response team, our Salem Outreach and Livability Team, to 7 days per week to better respond to the impacts of unsheltered people in our community, increase levels of accountability, and better help people get connected to services. Despite our efforts, the legislature did not dedicate any funding to address our homeless response needs in the state's recently adopted budget. And with that, I will turn it over to Josh for the next 7 slides.
Thank you, Keith. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. Josh Eggleston, Chief Financial Officer. I'm going to go through a few details of the proposal. As Keith mentioned, it originally came from the 2018 Sustainable Services Revenue Task Force. It was one of 3 recommendations they made, and it was withdrawn in 2020 due to the pandemic. The Safe Salem proposal includes 2 parts. The first is the increased city operations fee that City Council adopted on June 12th, and then the Safe Salem payroll tax that you're hearing about this evening. As Keith mentioned, some of the services that the payroll tax comes with, it stabilizes the current police and fire service. It adds police staff for community policing and expands homeless outreach team. It adds firefighters for the new fire station that was included in the safety and livability bond that was passed last November. And then it funds emergency operations at the airport to support commercial air service. And it does continue the current homeless programs for the Navigation Center and the 3 micro-shelter villages. The actual mechanism of how the Safe Salem payroll tax works, it applies to wages and net self-employment earnings for those working within the city limits. It doesn't apply to retirement earnings or investment earnings. The rate is 0.814% or 0.00814. We do have a payroll calculator on the city website. You got to make sure that the decimal point's in the right place. It does exempt minimum wage earners from the tax that's currently $14.20. And as that goes up, it would apply to each iteration with the Oregon minimum wage. For collections, employers within Salem would collect and remit the tax for their employees. And it does include a sunset in the ordinance that it be referred to voters no later than July 1st, 2031. One thing we've been getting a lot of questions about, and I'm sure everyone's interested in learning, is how does it work? Who does it apply to? It's applied to work performed within the city limits. It doesn't matter where the employer is located. This is different than a payroll tax that was implemented a couple years ago down in Eugene. Theirs is based on the employer location. This one is based on where the work is performed. And that was really based on some early outreach to several different groups. We heard that loud and clear, that just picking the employer location, even if they're not working in Salem, was not acceptable. For tracking, that'll be really worked out through the rulemaking process that I'll cover here in a second. But it's really balancing fairness for those working in and out of the city limits and ease for employers to manage, matching that business experience in other areas of Oregon and other states. If you're up in the metro area around Wilsonville or that area, you work in several different transit districts, and employers have to apportion wages and pay those taxes accordingly. Next steps, if Safe Salem advances, the first thing we'll do is we'll come back to City Council if it advances for the staffing needed to administer the tax. And then rulemaking. So this is a very formal term for what is basically a public outreach process to determine how it's going to work. So we'll set up multiple sessions with public. We've committed to the chamber, home builders, and others to work with them and their members on how the tax is actually administered to make sense for employers and employees. Once that rulemaking is done and then we know the rules for how it'll actually be administered, we'll switch to outreach and education for all employers. That would happen likely this winter or early spring. And then employers and employee tax portal registration education. So not only will the outreach and education, you can go ahead and register your business to collect and pay the tax. Beginning collections as early as July 2024. That's collections by employers. It wouldn't actually come to the city until the next quarter. And then we'd continue to report on outcomes to the City Council. With that, the staff recommendation is to advance Ordinance Bill 12-23 to second reading.
Is that it on this staff presentation then, Josh?
It is. Thank you, Mr.
All right. We will go now to public comment. We have about, we'll come back for questions after we hear from the public. We'll have plenty of opportunity for questions to staff. Also, as it relates to the public comment, we have about 45 or so people signed up. So I'm going to ask council to limit their questions with individuals, and we can address those at the end. Staff will be keeping track to try to address any issues that might come up. We have probably 2.5 hours of public testimony if it all goes really well. And so we're just going to try to make sure that that happens so everybody has an opportunity to be heard. So with that, we will get going. And I apologize if I can't read handwriting, but I'm going to give it my best shot. I'm going to call 3 names. So we'll have the first 2, one at each podium, and then the third person will be on deck. So we're going to start with Tom Rolfing. Margaret, I can't even give the last name a shot. I apologize. Margaret, who lives on Big Rock Court. You would be second, and then Riley Harrigan, you are on deck. So Tom Rolfing, again, you have 3 minutes. Introduce yourself for the record and either your address or your ward. And when the yellow light starts flashing, that means you have a minute left. And when the red light comes on, that means that your time is up. Please stop your remarks.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Hoy, City Council. For the record, my name is Tom Rolfing. I live in the Gubser neighborhood of Kaiser, but I am the elected Marion County Assessor. Speaking freely tonight may not be the greatest career move for me. So thinking about taxes and the influences they can have, so they can encourage behavior and they can discourage behavior. So we have things like sin taxes, attempting to discourage behavior. We have our tax revenue that needs to go to do things that the public needs government to do. So we have tax exemptions that encourage investors to invest where we need to improve things. We need to bring jobs, keep the economy moving. I think this tax is not right. We always hope that the policy objectives are reached, and I hope they are. So this tax, a payroll tax, will discourage people from wanting to work in Salem, which is exactly the opposite of what I think any community would like. This tax will tax many of the people that can afford it the least. This tax will tax many of the people I work with. Wondering where the unions are tonight. SEIU, MCEA, AFSCME. Good. I hope you speak out, please. I haven't heard them speak out yet. Many of their members will be hit the hardest by this. Ethics. To be a licensed appraiser, one must take an ethics class. I remember my very first instructor, large class of people wanting to be appraisers in the class. The instructor starts off by saying, for those of you with ethics, this should be the easiest class you've ever had. For those of you without ethics, should pay attention every time I hit the podium, because it could be very difficult for you. I think this tax is not ethical in that it is so regressive and it's not fair. It's bad policy. It doesn't feel right. If it doesn't feel right, it's probably not ethical. I don't know if it's legal, but it doesn't feel ethical. Property taxes. So that's probably the main reason why I
apologize, sir, your time's expired.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for your testimony.
There's a big difference between 3% and 4%.
Then we have Riley Harrigan next, and then Jeremy McQueen on deck.
Is this, okay.
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Margaret May. I'm here to provide my testimony regarding Ordinance Bill 1223, of course, the employee payroll tax. My concerns are threefold. The first is that your proposal to pass this ordinance without sending it to the voters is quite frankly cowardly and shameful. Not only should you not do that, but I believe you should apologize to your constituents. This tax is unaffordable to many. Many of us are struggling to afford housing, food, gas, and utilities. All of these things have increased in the last 2 years, and as a state worker in that period of time, I have received a cost of living increase of approximately 3% in 2 years. And I've received no raises because I've been topped out for quite a while. So 3%. My earning power is decreasing rapidly. I'm very concerned that even if this tax does not pass, I will not be able to afford housing if my rent is increased yet again. By passing this tax, I'm sure many people will be pushed toward homelessness. My third concern is that I do have deep concerns about the welfare of unhoused people. And as I see it, their situation is due to a variety of factors, including, one, our society cannot compel treatment for mental health or addiction. Two, the closure of institutions, which used to provide shelter and treatment to the mentally ill. And three, housing stock is woefully out of balance with the needs of communities in Oregon. Clearly, we have a problem, and I desperately hope that we can begin to address it effectively for the state, for the sake of those living on our streets, for their families, and for all citizens. However, I am very concerned that we don't know what the solutions are. We are throwing a lot of money, state and federal, at the problem, but we don't seem to have research pointing to proven solutions. For example, according to an article I read in Willamette Week, Portland Street Response reports that they interacted with 7,400 individuals last year, but only 10 moved into stable housing. I don't know all the factors that play into that, but given the fact that our society values personal liberty to such a high degree, we can't force any unhoused person to use the Navigation Center or accept housing with its attendant rules or to receive treatment. I do believe we need more police and firefighters, and we need to fund projects which have already achieved some success, such as Arches and City in the Park. But I do not support millions of dollars for a navigation center that we don't know yet about we don't know enough yet about terms of long-term efficiency. That said, I'm willing to do my part. And I do support something such as a 1% tax, except on food, as a reasonable option. And I think my time is ended, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Riley Harrigan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Riley Harrigan. I live in Ward 4. My family and I have lived in Salem for 16 years, but this is the first time that I'm attending or speaking at a City Council meeting. And to be clear, I wouldn't otherwise be here except that taking my hard-earned money doesn't sit well with me. My grocery bill, my utilities, my gas for my car, those expenses and more are all going up. Even as I cut back and make hard choices on what I want to spend my money on, my dollar is buying less and less, and you want to take more of it? No. As my costs rise, I'm cutting back. To say that the city cut staff in 2008, so you shouldn't have to do it again, doesn't work. Just because I cut costs when my daughters were in diapers, doesn't mean I don't have to make some sacrifices now that I'm trying to pay for their college. I have to make do with what I have. I'm having to make sacrifices I wouldn't otherwise want to make, so you should have to as well. Even still, as one paycheck stretches less and less to make sure we can make ends meet for our family, for the first time in 20 years, my wife is having to get a job. Living on one income was already a sacrifice, and it paid off in other ways, but we made it work. But with the way costs are going up, she has to get back into the workforce, and you just want to add to that burden again? No. My older daughters are just getting their first jobs, making just above minimum wage. They'd be here to tell you to leave their paychecks alone if they weren't working. Thankfully, they can live at home, but I can't imagine the impact this tax would have on low-wage jobs just trying to get by on their own. What might seem like a small tax to you is the difference between medicine, rent, and food. Even without the tax, I know I'm already having those kinds of conversations with my wife. I don't get to spend my money on special projects, hobbies, and extra things, and then go to my boss and say I can't live on my wage. Yet here you are, after spending tax dollars on all sorts of things that I and a lot of others would say are not necessities, but hat in hand saying, please, we can't pay for police and fire. No. Why does it always come down to police and fire? There are a lot of other departments and services the city provides, because you know that fear will drive people to do what you want. That feels a little manipulative. If this was a proposal to fund benign, invisible services, people would say, so? But with safety and security, people will fall in line, or so you hope. Well, I'm here to say no. I've read the overwhelming response in tonight's packet also saying no. You need to do better with what you have, and that might mean cutting off some of the special interests that I know use government contracts and funds as piggy banks. This isn't working, and throwing more money at it isn't the answer, because that money just lands in some nonprofit contract with hardly anything to show for it. They walk away fat and happy, and the city taxpayer is left holding the bag. Hands off my paycheck. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're not going to do applause, folks. We're not going to do applause tonight. Thank you. Jeremy McQuain.
Hi, my name is Jeremy McQuain. I live at 1975 Center Street Northeast in Ward 1, Northeast neighbors. I'm not terribly eloquent. This is my first city council meeting. I've come in to express my opposition to this tax. It feels to me everyone has had a hard couple of years. My personal purchasing power has declined about 14% over that time. I already pay about 20% of my income in federal income taxes. I pay about 10% of my income in state income taxes, and my property taxes amount to about 2.5% of my income. This would put it at about 33%. Almost a third of what I earn would go to taxes. This would affect me and my family. I'm a single father of two. I would appreciate it if you would at least have the respect to propose this to the voters and ask for approval. This feels incredibly unethical. It feels like someone who is feeling like, for instance, me. My purchasing power has declined. Money is tight. Instead of going to my employer and asking for a raise, reaching my hand into the till and taking the money right out. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Michael Young, and then Mike Erdman, and then Jessica Snook.
Michael Young, resident in Ward 4, business owner in Ward 5. I also am opposed to this, as are all of my employees. I'm a employer of 12 people in North Salem, and we were discussing this earlier today as a group, and I got elected to come voice our collective dissent on this. I agree with many of the other comments here that it really should be put to the voters of Salem. As a business owner looking for new employees, hiring currently, looking for skilled workers, I don't know how this type of tax on their payroll won't discourage them from working in Salem. Also, as we're a hybrid work environment, the complication of tracking as an employer when people are working within the Salem city limits and outside of Salem just seems quite onerous to us as employers. So with that, I'll stop my comments.
Thank you for your testimony. Mike Erdman. After Mike, we have Jessica Snook, John Miller, and Bill Reiki, I believe it is. Please.
All right, there we go.
There you go.
Thank you. Mike Erdman with the Home Builders Association of Marion and Polk Counties, 2075 Madrona Avenue Southeast. Our members are very concerned, frankly, about the impacts of the proposed payroll tax on their businesses and their employees, and we urge you to place this before the voters. We're certainly aware, the arguments that have been made that we lack the time to take this to the voters before the next budget cycle. But frankly, we don't believe this is being entirely fair with the voters. Salem has been eating into your ending fund balance reserves for years now. And I think we all know that. In fact, I sat on your Sustainable Services Task Force 5 years ago, back in 2018, and we talked about that in depth there. And as we talked about then, we're exactly in the situation that we predicted, and that was running out of money and having to do something. But frankly, the city's kicked the can down the road for a number of years, and now we find ourselves in a position of having to act rapidly. And so we just don't think it's fair to say there's not time to take that to the voters, because we're in a situation that was predicted years ago. Excuse me. And frankly, that is a kind of a timing problem that's self-inflicted by the city. And so we don't think the voters should be punished for that situation that the city's put itself into. We're concerned that, frankly, if you pass this without sending it to the voters, it really undermines voter trust and credibility in the city. And I think that's got long-term repercussions we should all be concerned about, especially as it relates to the passage of future bond measures for the infrastructure we need. And so we're deeply concerned that if you do that, we're going to lead to a cycle where the voters don't support bond measures in the future. Now, from an industry perspective, from the construction industry, we're concerned about how this impacts our members and their employees. The bulk of our members are small contractors. They work in different cities, they work in different locations, often on the same day. And so typically they're not big enough to have the resources, either the personnel or the systems in place to track where their employees are at any given hour during the day. And the difficulty and the cost of compliance with this make it especially problematic. And so very concerned about the administrative burden it puts on those employers. We're also concerned, frankly, with the competitive disadvantage it puts Salem employers. Because, of course, as a Salem employer, you're in a tough job market. You're trying to recruit and hang on to employees. And those employees know the net effect of their paycheck, that if they're working for a business in Salem, they're going to pay that tax, and they're not going to pay it outside of it. And so for a business in Salem, you're trying to recruit employees that may be looking across the border into Kaiser or unincorporated Marion County. And that's a real disadvantage for employers in Salem. And so certainly, it's an issue anecdotally. I've heard from a builder last week working with a client looking to locate a business. He instructed that builder, start looking for land outside the city of Salem because I'm not going to locate it inside if that payroll tax passes. So it's an issue, folks are looking at it. So for those reasons, we really urge you to put it before the voters. If the voters support it and if the voters say they want to pay this money for these services, then wonderful, we'll be behind it. It has to go to the voters for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Erdman. Jessica Snook. There you go.
Thank you. So for the record, my name is Jessica Snook, and I live just outside of city limits of Salem, closest to Ward 5. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed payroll tax. I find a very sad irony in the fact that such a tax is being proposed so close to Independence Day. And to me, the phrase taxation without representation comes to mind, as I am a state worker who lives barely outside of the city limits and don't have the ability to hold any member of the council accountable through the elections process. I'd appreciate if someone could be able to put on the record tonight why the tax is being proposed to be sent to the voters several years after implementation and collection has begun. I'd encourage the council to amend this to be sent to the voters prior to any collection of the tax. Those of us who will still not be able to vote for or against it, like myself, because I don't live in the city limits, will have the ability to vote with our feet. We'll choose to leave or we'll choose to stay based on those results. If this tax were to be implemented, I believe the city would not see growth. So much of the materials that we've seen associated with this are saying that this is needed because the city has had so much growth. But I believe if this tax were to be implemented, the city would start to see stagnation and loss rather than that growth. By punishing those who strive for more than minimum wage work with the implementation of this tax, I think you'll continue to see that loss ripple throughout our local economy. Future and current businesses alike will not have the skilled workforce trained up or willing to take on positions for more of a wage than minimum wage to provide benefit to our community. That skilled workforce will flow into other communities. Finally, budgets reflect priorities. I do not believe this proposal reflects the priorities of our community. I do believe this will harm working families, so please do not pass this tax. And as a state worker, I have another colleague who was not able to be here this evening, so I'm going to read some comments from her onto the record. Her name is Sarah Wallen, and she's a resident of Medford, Oregon. I strenuously object to the proposed Safe Salem tax on employees who work in Salem, regardless of their actual residence. I live in the city of Medford, not Salem. I do not access Salem city services, fire, police, or otherwise. Remote workers do not contribute to Salem's expenses. This tax is punitive as it will particularly affect state workers, many of whom do not reside or rarely, if ever, travel to Salem. It's clear that the ease in which you can impose this tax on those whose paychecks are processed at the state's Department of Administrative Services makes us an easy target for your inability to balance your own city's budget and make necessary changes or raise revenue on citizens who access your services because they live in your city. Every other city in Oregon understands its responsibility to raise its own revenue and responsibly handle its finances. Salem should be no exception. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Snook. And just for clarification, for a person who doesn't work here and doesn't live here, they wouldn't be subject to the tax, even if they work for the state, just for clarity.
Even if those hours are potentially worked in the state capital. So if we
If you don't work in, I don't want to get into a lot of the detail right now, but if you don't work in Salem or live in Salem, you wouldn't be subject to the tax. If you worked in Salem, you would.
The state capital for the legislative session, if you are a state worker who potentially is hybrid, so you come in part of the week during session, and then return back to your district office, which would be outside of Salem for part of the week. There's administrative questions on how our employee services would run that through payroll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have John Miller and then Bill Reekie after that, and then Brian Johnston on deck.
Good evening. My name is John Miller, Mayor Horry. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Just have 4 observations I wanted to share. Beginning with this one, you dedicate a lot of time to serve on City Council, and whether I agree with you or not, the fact that you give so much time to be a City Councilor deserves to be honored, and I do. While presenting this issue at a recent chamber meeting, Mayor Hoy stated that the need to increase taxes was due to the rapid growth of the city's population, which leads to observation number 2. While it might seem at times like all of our new residents live in tents at the park, I'm sure most of them live in new residences that were built in response to the growth, and all of these new residents bring with them new tax revenue. Observation number 3. The mayor said recent growth has equaled a city the size of Woodburn moving to Salem. It's doubtful they all moved here from another part of Marion County, meaning Marion County's population has grown in a like manner. So why isn't the county scrambling to raise taxes too? Could it be the county commissioners see the same problem differently? If yes, count me as a fan of their approach. And observation number 4. Another reason given for the need to raise taxes is the cost of PERS. I've been going to meetings like this for 5 decades now. I was in meetings like this one when PERS was pitched and passed. If I asked any of you, would you vote for PERS today, I bet none of you would support it. The people who took those votes are long gone, but I've never heard a word of apology or regret from them. If you vote for this tax, in my mind, you are the legacy of those who voted for PERS. This is a bad idea. Please reject it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Bill Reekie.
Mayor, Ricky.
Sorry.
It's all right, it's a tough one. Hey, I want to echo the comments about the volunteerism of all of you. It's commendable, and I really do appreciate it. Looks like the community does as well. I live in near Ward 4, own a business Ward 5, roughly 50 employees. Of those 50 employees, 8% of them are already paying restitution or child support. It's garnishment that we have to take out of their paycheck every month. They can't afford anymore. They just can't. They work really hard as it is. None of my employees are minimum wage workers, so none of them would be exempt if this was to pass. They can't afford to pay extra money out of their paycheck. They're already working really hard to just stay ahead. Of those 50, 5.5% of them come to me monthly asking for a draw. They can't manage their finances. I sit down with them, I try to educate them, try to put together a budget for them. Somewhere the education system failed them. They too can't afford to pay any more monthly out of their current paycheck. On another note, Trevor, if one of my sons got hurt tonight, I would need your help to fix them up, okay, as an emergency room doctor. I believe the city might raise their hand and ask for help from those of us who run businesses and look at calculators, profit and loss balance sheets all day long on where we could help you. There are several of us that are willing to, just as you do, volunteer our time to help this great city, okay? There are so many different avenues, I believe, to save funds. Jose and I had lunch, I don't know, probably a year ago. I think it's breakfast. And he told a story about speed bumps in his neighborhood. People are just racing through his neighborhood. He approached, I think, the city, and it was going to cost, forgive me, a bunch of money. I don't remember the number. He's like, well, there's no way speed bumps cost that much. He found an alternative. You got speed bumps now for way cheaper than what the city would. They're on their way, okay? We got new fire trucks coming. I'm so happy for that. I hope they're the biggest and best and fastest fire trucks ever. But they better say Salem F.D. They don't need gold flake. They don't need to be decorated. They just need to be really well maintained, awesome fire trucks. Same with police cars. They don't need the mural of the city on them. It looks cool. They don't need it. Salem P.D. dial 911. That's all you need. We don't need to decorate them, but we're decorating them. Do we have enough money to decorate them? If we do, we don't need to pass this. If we don't, let us help you. I'm proposing you guys reach out and let us help you. Please don't pass this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Brian Johnston, and then we have Susan Dunphy and Manuel Sarmiento, I believe. And just as a reminder, we have 2 podiums available. The second person's welcome to step up to the second podium.
Am I good to go?
You're good to go.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, and city staff. I'm a business owner in Ward 7. I've been blessed to live in the city of Salem my whole life, except for my 4 years in college at Oregon State down the road. I was raised here by 2 parents who worked for the government, and my wife and I chose to live here and raise our family here too. Salem is truly our home, and we desire the best for our beautiful city. I do also appreciate the significant time and energy each of you invests in leading our city, specifically making important decisions for our city's future health and viability. As I prepared for this testimony, I took the time to read and review the proposed fiscal 2024 budget. I didn't read all 451 pages like I was preparing for a final exam, but enough to feel comfortable with the overall perspective and current reality. As we all know, healthy organizations operate with balanced budgets, including families, businesses, and nonprofit organizations. We all have finite resources, even if relatively unlimited options. We cannot afford to buy or do everything we want. I've owned and operated a construction business here in the Salem area for the last 20 years, currently with 87 employees. We've successfully navigated through numerous challenging financial seasons, though admittedly on a much smaller scale. I've also served on 2 of the largest Salem-based nonprofit organizations over the last 2 decades, both of whom have been forced to make tough decisions to balance budgets on numerous occasions. I don't say this lightly, but I do understand how difficult budget decisions like this are, including the cascading impacts to everyone affected now and in years to come. City of Salem's budget. My questions for you. Do you see our city's projected budget deficit as largely a revenue or spending issue? How do our overall revenue and expenses compare with other similar sized cities across the country? I tried to look for a little bit this afternoon, but it's difficult to find, it's difficult to compare, but I would look at that right away. Revenue. I've always heard Salem has a high proportion of property owners who pay 0 property taxes. If this is a core revenue issue for our city, let's resolve it. Several people have already talked about the competitive labor market. I'm not going to add to that. This would make it difficult for us to continue attracting the best employees. Payroll tracking is a larger business. I know we can manage the tracking of the employee hours worked in Salem, but I can't imagine being a smaller business trying to do that as well. I believe this added payroll tax would dissuade smaller contractors from bidding in Salem projects. I sincerely hope you do not decide to join the popular recent trend of creating new forms of tax increases than forcing onto constituents without voter approval. We voted each of you into office, and we need your leadership to navigate this current challenging budget cycle. Please make us proud. This is a critical decision for our city. Please allow voters to decide if they want to pay more taxes for our current services the city provides. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Susan Dunphy, and then we have Maribel Sarmiento, and then Denise Bowles.
Good evening, Susan Dunphy. I am a resident of Kaiser, but I am impacted by this because my employer's office is in Salem and the corporate office is in Utah. There are 4 of us in my office, and so my company corporation in Utah will have to figure out how to navigate this tax that is only limited to 4 out of the hundreds of employees that they have. I am strongly in opposition to this for that and several other reasons. One of which, you talk about making Salem more safe, but I have yet to hear anyone talk about how that impacts the neighboring first responders in Kaiser and in Marion County, who come to the assistance of Salem first responders, whether it is a fire, whether it is paramedic, or whether it is law enforcement. So you are going to harm the first responders in the neighboring communities by increasing the costs of their employees and of their payroll to manage this tax. Additionally, this is taxation without representation. Let me remind you of the history of this country. Have you heard of the Boston Tea Party and what this country became because of taxation without representation? This needs to go to the voters, and it needs to only include Salem residents, not those of us who live and pay taxes in other communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Maribel Sarmiento.
My name is Maribel Sarmiento. My husband and I own a small roofing and garage door business here in Salem. We have a total of about 22 employees, 20 of which work up and down the I-5 corridor every day. As a small business, we are not adequately equipped to handle the administrative burden associated with tracking and implementing the proposed employee tax in Salem. The complexity and logistical changes posed by this tax would place an undue burden on our small business and divert valuable time and resources away from our core business operations. We operate with limited financial and human resources. Unlike larger corporations, we lack a dedicated accounting and department or sophisticated payroll system. Implementing and managing the employee tax would require additional financial and human resources that are beyond the means of our small business. The costs associated with hiring accountants and purchasing specialized software would strain an already tight budget. As small business owners, we typically wear multiple hats and perform various tasks to keep our operations running smoothly. Additional responsibilities of tracking and managing employee tax would place an additional administrative burden on an already stretched thin operation. This could lead to reduced productivity, increased stress, and potential errors in tax calculations or filings. We work long hours to keep our business afloat. The task of tracking and managing employee tax would consume valuable time that could be better spent on core business activities such as customer service, marketing, or product development. This diversion of time and attention could hinder the growth and profitability of our small business. In conclusion, the proposed employee tax in Salem would place an unreasonable burden on our small businesses like ours that are ill-equipped to handle its administrative complexities. It is crucial to recognize the limitations and challenges faced by small businesses and consider alternative approaches that minimize administrative burdens while still achieving the desirable policy goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Denise Bowles, and then we have Amy Ryan Corser, and then Ashley Fordham.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. I live in South Marion County, but I work in Ward 2. And I actually came down to listen to the conversation. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I did have a few thoughts that I wanted to share. I understand the difficulties of budgets. I've served on the Ways and Means Committee, the state legislature. I also serve on the Marion County Budget Committee, and most recently in Marion County Budget Committee that we passed a balanced budget without raising property taxes on the community here. I understand the challenges that you're facing. One thing, though, that was said by the city manager that was a bit of a curiosity to me was that going into COVID, you were already struggling with your budget. You already knew that there were problems within the budget. And instead of taking the opportunity at that time to really look at it, it appears to a lot of us that the ARPA funds and the other funds that were coming in for the government really stabilized that budget during COVID. And now we have a growth of government and kind of a cliff in this government. And the difference is that the people in this community do not have the same opportunity. The people in this community were blindsided by a worldwide pandemic. Businesses struggled. I mean, I sat outside in the freaking cold with my ski outfit at a restaurant trying to help my friends keep their businesses open. And I know I'm not the only person in this room that did that. So you have this budget ask on a people that have been through a lot in this economy. And we're trying to put it right. I grew up in a single household. My mom was a single mom. So she literally, and I've talked about this before, we wanted strawberries. We would go out, she would pick commercial strawberries, take the money, and go and pick strawberries. So we had money, to go gift strawberries and put them in our freezer because she cans and all those sorts of things. But a $500 increase to that budget for an average person in this community is not insignificant. It's not, and I applaud. I mean, the things that you're talking about supporting, I support 100%. But I'm asking you on behalf of the people in this community to think about our budgets, think about our life. We have not had the opportunity. We're just trying to recover from the COVID and the pandemic. And the other side thing I want to say, it's not really a side thing, is that I serve on a workforce committee. We are trying to attract people from around the world to come into this community to live and work and support things that we need, because we're all having workforce issues. This is just going to set us back. So I just encourage you to pause. At the very least, let's have a community conversation about the priorities of the city and put this out for that conversation instead of doing a really heavy-handed government move tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Amy Ryan Corser.
Excuse me. Thank you. My name is Amy Ryan Corser, and thank you, Mayor and councilors, for your time, of course, tonight. I was honored to be a congressional nominee, both locally and a city councilor for Kaiser, and I truly understand the budget process and how difficult it is and the challenges that you face. But it seems to me that with the minimum wage that the employees are currently making, we originally intended to do the increased living wage. I'd like to know how that got lost on our employees, because what we're doing now is going to damage those minimum wage employees by increasing their taxes and hurting their bottom line. And this payroll tax, we have to remember our fixed incomes, our vets on fixed incomes, our seniors, the livability that we have locally, trying to become a great supporter of our community. You know, we're losing this, I believe, in the payroll tax. I also want to say that the important thing here is that as we're honoring emergency services, I think that is so important. I don't think anyone in this room would disagree with that. But I also saw a bond that passed at $300 million. And I think that that's really important to recognize that we have stepped up, supported emergency services, but let's remember that we have a community of citizens and constituents who voted for the leadership to help and support them and in their time of need. And obviously, you've heard tonight, we've all been through a lot in the community. But I do believe that we should be spending our energy and focusing on attracting new businesses, finding people and communities to continue to build. I think we've been on a spiral downhill for a long time. And right now, I think we're on a deep dive. And I think shame on us to think that we can pass this on again to the taxpayers. It's just one more thing. And so it's with that, I would just like to say that the slippery slope, it doesn't have to continue to be slippery. We can stop this. It's up to you. It's your personal decision on how you vote. But I will say that I don't believe that Salem has a money issue. I've read the budget. I'm watching the decisions. Salem doesn't have a money problem. What we have is an accountability and a spending problem, and that's on us to fix it. So with that, I would recommend and urge you to stop the spiral dive. We can become a thriving community again. I know all of us want that, and I'm so appreciative of all the people who showed up here tonight to testify. It really does make a difference to show up. And so with that, I think we're going to continue to damage our communities if we continue to put this on the backs of the taxpayer. And I want to note to you, Mr. City Manager, and I apologize, I don't know you, but I do want to make a comment to you. It is not difficult to do the right thing. And I think everyone here has the ability to do the right thing. Thank you for your time, your service so much, and for the community for showing up. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ashley Fordham, and then Corey Falardo, and then Jeff Reynolds.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Fordham, and I am an owner of a small business here in Salem. I have 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee with 17 independent contractors with whom operate their businesses in Salem. I wish to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you today as a concerned business owner, employer, and a member of our community. I stand before you to express my opposition to the proposed Safe Salem employee paid payroll tax. This tax, if implemented, would have significant ramifications on all of us. First and foremost, my concern lies with the fact that this tax is being proposed without voter approval. By bypassing the voters, this council is undermining the democratic process and disregarding the voices of the people. Furthermore, the proposed timeline for implementing and sunsetting this tax leaves little room for discussion, analysis, or alternative solutions. We need more time to thoroughly evaluate the implications of such a tax on our businesses and our community. The scope of this tax is also concerning. It applies to all work performed within the city limits. This broad application could place an unnecessary burden on businesses and independent contractors, forcing them to allocate resources to track their activities within the city. The administrative costs alone could be significant. The proposed rate of 0.814% may seem insignificant, but when compounded with the current economic realities of high inflation and rising costs of goods and services, it becomes an additional strain on households and businesses. Low-wage earners above the minimum wage would face inequity further, stretching their already limited income and compromising their ability to secure housing. Moreover, the lack of accountability mechanisms and specific performance measures in the ordinance is troubling. There is no provision for a separate fund for payroll tax revenue, independent financial audits, or annual performance audits. Without these safeguards, we risk misallocation of funds and the potential for unchecked increases in the tax rate. The website itself acknowledges that further incremental increases in funding will be necessary to address the gap. Where does it end? In addition to these concerns, I worry about the impact this tax will have on our businesses. Will it make it difficult for us to recruit and retain high-quality employees or independent contractors? Could it drive business outside of Salem altogether, seeking more favorable economic environments? We must consider the long-term consequences of this tax on our local economy and the livelihoods of our community members. Lastly, while homeless services are undoubtedly important, it is essential for accountability for those receiving these services. Without proper oversight and effectiveness of these programs, we risk perpetuating a cycle of dependency without addressing the underlying causes of homelessness. In conclusion, I urge you all to consider joining me in proposing the proposed Safe Salem employee paid payroll tax. Let us work together to find sustainable solutions that prioritize the well-being of our businesses, employees, and the entire Salem community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Corey Filardo.
Mayor Hoy and Council, my name is Corey Filardo, and I'm the Executive Director at the Kaiser Chamber of Commerce, and I am representing the businesses that we support and the commuting workers from Kaiser. First of all, I'd like to say that we are concerned about the cost of Salem's proposed payroll tax to the Kaiser residents, which we've conservatively put at over $3 million a year. That will impact the small businesses in Kaiser to comply with this tax. We are also troubled with the way this ordinance is drafted. I'm also wondering if you picked up the phone to call anybody in Kaiser to ask how this would affect residents in Kaiser and businesses in Kaiser and any other city in the surrounding area. First, the cost of Kaiser residents based on numbers from the Oregon Employment Department on the number of people who live in Kaiser and work in Salem. We conservatively estimated this tax would cost Kaiser families $3 million a year. They have no say in this tax or how it will be used. This is incredibly unfair. You would be rightly upset if Kaiser was taxing Salem families. Second, the cost of Kaiser's small businesses to comply with this tax is currently unknown. Like many have stated, we don't know the costs for businesses, what it will cost their accountants, what it will cost families. Many are single-family working households, have kids that have just started jobs, and you're asking us to pay more. Finally, there are several parts of this draft ordinance that are concerning. The data that you've used is from 2018. We strongly encourage you to use updated data. Before this data was found, we did not have a pandemic to deal with. We urge you to update this data and then make new findings. Also, as written, there appears to be little oversight from the Council of the Administrative Rules that will implement this tax. Based on how much money this Salem tax will take from the pockets of the Kaiser families, the cost of Kaiser small businesses to comply, and the lack of oversight by the Council, we urge a no vote on this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go with Jeff Reynolds, and then we're going to take a short pause after that, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Jeff Reynolds, and thank you, City Council members, for all the work that you do. I own a small business here in Salem and 27 employees. So I came here with like an emotional response to what's happening. But I did make a couple notes while I was sitting here listening to the city manager. You know, I like that you came up with Safe Salem because that's like an emotional trigger to where people, you know, pay attention. And I like that. I'm going to ask that you would present your plan to the voters, though, and place it on the ballot before making a decision here. You present, City Manager, two choices. I think there's possibly more than two choices. I feel like you have a narrow view in thinking there's only two choices. These inflationary costs that you mentioned, they're not, you know, isolated to the City of Salem. We're feeling that all across the board with health care, all the other expenses that have been raised. And I ask you, council members, to not lose your perspective and your connection with your constituents. I'm the owner of Home Fire Stove, a small local business here in Salem. Have 27 employees. I know that I compensate them fairly in today's market. I also know that I'm genuinely sensitive to their struggles trying to put food on the table, gas in their cars, and provide for their families. These employees are productive members of our community, and they come to work and they try to carve out a healthy path forward for themselves and for their families. Over the past few years, through local and state government mandates, the challenges to maintain financial status quo for their families has been challenged, to say the least. As I understand your proposal of an employee payroll tax, I feel it is unfair to ask these hardworking citizens to bear the brunt of providing funds for what I consider ill-conceived plans that do not appear sustainable. I listened to a proposal given by your city planners and heard them admit that one plan to meet the budget shortfall would be to shrink these programs and cut staff by 10%. I know if I had to make that type of a tough decision in private business, it would not be my first choice. Yet I would do everything in my power to verify I was making the right choice. But ultimately, sometimes tough decisions have to be made. I strongly urge you to put this proposal of a payroll tax in front of your voters. Let's see what they have to say and not force it through a government ordinance or mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to take a 5-minute break, 5 minutes. There are restrooms outside out this door for the public. There are doors open just across the way here if you need that. Folks, if you can take your seats.
I don't know.
All right. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for being diligent on getting back so we can resume the public testimony in this public hearing. We have Eric Anderson, Paul Tigan, and Deirdre Mahoney Clark. So Eric Anderson, you're up. Paul Tigan, you're next, and Deirdre Mahoney Clark, you're on deck. Reminder, hit the button, turn the green light on, introduce yourself, your address or your ward, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm Eric Anderson with SEDCOR. Our address is 626 High Street Northeast here in Salem. Excuse me. Strategic Economic Development Corporation recognizes the challenges in front of you that led to the development of the employee tax proposal under consideration. We ask that in your deliberations you consider the impacts on the Salem small businesses with whom SEDCOR works to strengthen and grow our regional economy. Salem competes with communities around the western United States for projects like the recent Dollar General distribution center. It's a $140 million project here in Salem. Each of these projects involves a detailed comparative analysis of various industrial sites under consideration by those clients. The relatively low cost of doing business in Nevada, Utah, and Arizona have made those states much more competitive for business recruitment. While our business recruitment successes generally draw the most attention at SEDCOR, the heart of our work plan is business retention and expansion, as most of the opportunities for investment and job creation are for the businesses that are already here in the community. Every one of our major manufacturers is a business recruitment candidate for another community, another state, or another country. We are routinely being asked to help communities justify investments in their local facilities over locations in other communities competing for the same limited investment capital internally. Our hometown companies routinely receive offers for deep incentive packages to expand or locate in other communities. Many of SEDCOR's client businesses compete on an international scale and are trying to navigate the collective effect of a tight labor market, inflation, interest rates, and continuing supply chain disruptions as they get back on their feet after the pandemic. Retaining skilled workers has become a top priority, and employers have had to address the impacts on their workers' bottom line caused by Oregon Saves, Paid Leave Oregon, and the general cost of living inflation. We know that wages have not kept pace with real inflation for many workers who simply cannot afford a pay cut. Adding to an already heavy burden of deductions impacting workers, this proposed tax will cost most workers close to 1% of their pay. This will most certainly come back to employers as additional wage cost. In addition to wage pressures, employers will likely be tasked with withholding the new Salem payroll tax and routine reporting requirements, which will add expense for the employer's additional time spent on compliance. We encourage you to take these factors into account as you consider the employee payroll tax proposal before you. SEDCOR will be pleased to bring together local employers to discuss their concerns and identify possible alternatives for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Paul Tigan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. Paul Tigan, Ward 1, Church and D Street Northeast. Someone had to be first, I suppose. I'm the outgoing Ward 1 citizen representative on the Budget Committee, having served in that role for the last 6 years. I spent 1 year as vice chair of the committee. I spent 2 years as chair of the committee. For the last 6 years, and certainly many years before, a recurring theme of the budget discussions for the city has been the structural imbalance of the general fund. What do those words, structural imbalance, mean? When the cost to provide services grows year over year at a rate greater than 3% growth in revenue that the system allows, the city can never keep up. That's what it means to have a structural imbalance. This imbalance is not the fault of this council or the last council. To say it's structural is to say it's built right into the state's broken revenue system, which is why so many municipalities in the state are having this exact same conversation. A structural imbalance means you keep trying to bridge the gap through cutting the budget, increasing fees, charging for services that used to be free, but at some point there's no acceptable version of cost cutting left that both balances the budget and meets residents' expectations for a welcome and livable city. And I can understand if someone's first reaction to this proposal is to ask for budget cuts. What I can share as a 6-year volunteer of this process is that the thing you are asking for is something that the city has already done. The conversation we're having tonight is the conversation you have when what's left is skin and bones and no fat. As a budget committee member, I've spent 6 years reviewing the statistics from public safety departments as the budgeting process. 911 response times, call maps, call volumes, and the like. 6 years of trimming budgets is not the way to make a more effective public safety department. Just this year, we heard Chief Womack say there's no longer a detective dedicated to investigating car thefts in the city, and that every patrol officer now works mandatory 12-hour shifts instead of 10 for the sake of balancing the budget. Efficiency. It's just 2 of many examples. This is a problem the state handed to cities, and each council has subsequently handed to its successors. Why? Because what's left after all the cutting is done is to face the unpopular choice of raising revenue or decimating services to a level to where what's left isn't much of a city at all. Like everyone in this room, this proposal will cost my family greatly. But I've done 6 years of homework, and I know this is necessary. The city can't cut its way out of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Deirdre Mahoney Clark, then Anna Munson, and then Jolene Cook.
Thank you. My name is Deirdre Mahoney Clark. I live on 75th Avenue out in Fruitland. I work in the City of Salem. I'm a current local government employee. I'm a prior budget analyst for Multnomah County for over 10 years. I rise in opposition to the proposed tax on the people working in Salem to fund the new programs. The program's begun with ARPA and other one-time only funding given during the COVID pandemic. I understand budgeting, and I understand it's difficult to make the decisions how to spend that money that you're given. I agree with the needs of many of the items that you're asking for. I believe that your budget needs to be based first on mandated programs, the police, the fire, public safety, parks, those sorts of things. After that, you have decisions to make that you want to support the community, you want to support people that are houseless, that sort of thing. But asking the people who are working inside Salem city limits to fund the almost $28 million increase to the general fund seems short-sighted to me. You've heard a lot of different arguments here against it, a lot of good ideas about how people are willing to step up and help remedy this situation. I think it's short-sighted to put this tax on the workers because I think you're going to see an exodus out of the City of Salem, which is going to exacerbate your problem. You're going to lose income tax. You're going to lose business tax when these companies shut down. The folks are struggling to come back with their small businesses after the COVID pandemic and the struggles they had keeping their doors open. I think this is just going to put another nail in that coffin. The state has underestimated its revenue in their last budget cycle, which is we have like $1 billion kicker refund. I think that it would behoove you to go back and estimate the deficiencies in your revenue projections. I think you're going to see some of your projections come in a little higher than they were. I looked at the budget. Finally, I'd like you to research your options for other larger, less personally targeted revenue sources, grants, other tax bases, going after the legislature and working with the legislature for other tax options. And I know it's not popular, but I think the state of Oregon needs to look at an income tax on sales, because that is something that everybody pays, not just targeted individuals. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anna Munson, and then Jolene Cook, and then Mark Becker.
Hi, I'm Anna Munson. I live in South Salem, and on Idlewood Drive. I wasn't planning to testify, but when I heard about the tax, I have a daughter and a son-in-law, and this tax will be $1,000 to them a year. They can't afford that. Many people can't afford it. The one thing that I just really am pleading with you about is we need to vote on this. This is an item that will affect everyone. Whether you work, whether you're retired, whatever, it's going to affect us all. And I think that voting on it is really a reasonable request. I think that if you are really considering the citizens of this city and of our state, of our county, then how can you not ask them? How can you not ask them what other options? You've heard already tonight that there are other options that people would like to present to you and work with you with. I think you need to consider these things because this is a big deal. It's gonna be way long term, more than what you think. You're so short-sighted. I know it's been a problem. I've lived here for 40 years, and I know what has happened in Salem. I'm just asking you to look outside the box. I'm asking you, we deserve to have a voice, and our vote is our voice. And I'd like to just present to you the options that people have said and to look at them. Take the businesses who might have other ideas because they've worked with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Jolene Koch, and then Mark Becker, and then Billy Dalto.
Hello, I'm Jolene Cook. Didn't prepare very well tonight. I think a lot of people spoke a lot of truth that I believe this is going to hurt many, many people. I drive an hour to Salem every day, and this is just another tax, another tax, another tax. How many do we need? People are struggling. People are pulling out of their savings accounts. People don't have savings accounts anymore because we can't afford another tax. I live out of city limits. I don't get to vote on this tax. I could tell you where I'd want to spend my money. It ain't another tax. I got 3 kids. I don't need somebody telling me another tax. I'd like to put money in savings. I'd like to spend a little money on my health care that I need. That's where I want to spend my money, on the things that I need for my home to make it, to survive, to pay the gas bill, to get to work. This tax is going to be anywhere from $3 to this. Somebody just said $1,000. Every single person. Salem is the hub to many agencies that people are coming hours away to work in Salem, that this is going to hit. We mentioned the state capitol. There's people all the way across the state, Medford, Central Oregon, that are helping to fight for their part of Oregon, and now they're going to get taxed for this. How many people in the city that are working for the hospitals that are coming hours to work for the Salem hospital that is going to get charged for this, that are helping saving lives in Salem? And now they're going to get taxed. You guess what? They're going to be moving out of Salem. And you think it won't happen? It's going to happen. And right now, probably the only reason why I won't jump is because I want my health care. It's going to hit people, and they're going to move out. And I don't get to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mark Becker. Mark? You're not Mark? Is Mark Becker here? All right, Billy Dalto. Could you hit that button for me and turn the green light on, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
sure. Good evening, Mayor Hoy, once again, City Councilors. I want to thank you for your service this evening. City Council service is not easy service, and we all understand that. I'm Billy Dalto. I've lived in South Salem all my adult life. My family and I live in Ward 2. I own a couple of businesses, but my main business is agricultural services and custom farming, based here in Salem. And I want to credit my fellow residents tonight on the level of the thoughtful and articulate comments that we've heard. I'm really blown away. People put a lot of thought and care and consideration to those comments, so I learned a lot tonight. I just want to make a few points about the implementation of this income tax. And make no mistake about this. This is an income tax. I have no idea why you guys call it a payroll tax or an employee-paid tax or a variety thereof. I'm an employer in the city of Salem. I have between 30 and as much as 200 employees during seasonal peaks. And I can tell you that my payroll taxes are contributions to FICA, unemployment, transit, sick leave, the new paid family leave. This is an income tax because it's taken directly from workers. It's not taken from the employer. Most people, therefore, would see that as an income tax. And I think you should describe it as an income tax because there's not many jurisdictions in Oregon that have an income tax. On all the taxes on earth that you could implement, why on earth would you choose to tax the working people of this community? Salem has no business registration tax, unlike other jurisdictions, but you would rather tax employees and targeting families with young children than tax businesses. These families, as you've heard, are already struggling in the face of COVID, inflation, lack of childcare, high housing costs, so on and so on. In the parlance of our times, this tax proposal is regressive AF. You can look that up on Google. Maybe $1.49 a day doesn't mean much to you, but I can tell you for the hundreds of people that have worked for me over the years, and not a single one for minimum wage, by the way, that could mean the difference between whether or not they can afford to bring lunch to their workday or not, or if they can treat their kids to pizza a couple times a month. And maybe you don't know this, but there are thousands of farm workers that live here in this community. And they work hard every day. Their kids live hard in this community. They live in this community, and they will be hurt by this. These are the people that you're asking to pay more. And last, and perhaps most galling, I don't understand why I think we're having this piece of kabuki theater tonight. You've already passed a budget a couple of weeks ago predicated on new revenues or taxes, as real people call them. Many of you have already stated your support for this tax measure. At least Tina Kotek, our governor, has said that she'd review all of the bills on her desk and consider them before deciding whether or not to sign them. But this council is...
I'm sorry, sir, your time has expired.
The council seems to have already made up its mind. And we've paid $300 million in a fire bond.
I'm sorry, sir, your time has expired.
We've paid $60 million in a police bond recently, and all these utility fees. Now you want to make
Your time has expired, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Clifford Eifler Rodriguez, and then Tom Hoffert, and then Mike Herron.
Councilors, Mayor, my name is Clifford Eifler Rodriguez, Ward 7. We've been at this for a couple hours here, and you know strongly my opinion. Today you face a decision, and it's a political decision. You're going to decide whether or not this payroll tax is worth political points, your career, that kind of thing. You volunteer, but you assumed an elected office. We do have volunteers who also put in time with the budget committee. So you're coming to us with a plan. This is the idea. The budget's passed. We have to fund that budget. If we don't, as a city, we are going to cut services. So inherently, the tax is not wrong. We have to fund services. That's the law. What's wrong is the position of this council, the mayor, the leadership of this community. We talk about cutting and what we are willing to fund. Largely, this proposal is predicated upon Safe Salem, the idea that we need more police services, we need more firefighters, we need more houseless services. And I'm going to speak to that specifically. Houseless services, keep doing that. That's the issue we all see and we are having a problem with on the streets. So when you do call the police, they are the wrong people to answer those calls. I'm sorry, but they are. So keep funding those things, keep funding the housing, keep funding different ways to respond to those calls. On the table, this council had an offer from the United Way for a pilot program for a street response team, $500,000. That's all it would have cost. To scale that up to something like Cahoots down in Eugene, $2 million. That would have taken 20,000 calls off the books. You talk about volume, you talk about this being the issue, you don't see the solutions to the issue. We play political football with Marion County. The funds are there for this street response. 20,000 calls off the books so that the fire department and the police department can stop asking for money. They're going to take 60% of our budget. They do take 60% of our budget and 60% of this tax. $16 million of this tax would go to those two departments. Two departments, police department, reason that one of the deputy chiefs that they're filling that position resigned last year under suspicion, under investigation. The city let him walk away with $53,000. Salem reporters try to get information about that. They're a large liability and they take money. Fire department won't change its response models. You get one fire truck, 4 firefighters to each emergency call. 22,000 emergency calls that are not fires.
Thank you for your testimony. Tom Hoffert, and then Mike Herron, and then Rich Duncan.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hoy, City Council members, City staff. We appreciate the opportunity to share. My name is Tom Hoffert. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I also serve as the Salem Chamber's CEO, also located in Ward 1. We represent over 1,000 local small businesses here in the Salem area who employ 20 employees or less. First, I'd like to thank the city staff for their efforts to engage the Chamber and the broader business community. It is clear the city has budget challenges which are not unique to our municipality and must be addressed. The Salem Chamber appreciates the dialogue, city staff professionals, and you as elected officials as we desire to be part of equitable solutions in our community. Despite earnest efforts, we have concerns regarding the process that has made it challenging to engage in intellectually honest conversations around balancing the city budget and sourcing alternative revenues going forward. The business community has not had clarity on implementation procedures, and our ability to be productively engaged is hampered by uncertainty over necessitated rulemaking. Raising revenue through a new tax will have unintentional consequences for our residents and the local economy. Employees will feel an additional strain in an increasingly challenging fiscal environment as they face record inflation impacts on the heels of a massively disruptive global pandemic. This proposal does not illustrate our city's true desire to attract and retain employees in our community, who we would argue are the lifeblood of our local economic ecosystem. Should the city determine it is necessary to move forward without further engagement on the details, a vote of the people must be called by this council. Just as residents were entrusted with their vote on the City of Salem's infrastructure bond, so too must they be entrusted with this taxing decision. The Salem Chamber advocates for the additional budgetary prioritization to better reflect the needs of our Salem residents, specifically placing priority and funding on public safety and infrastructure. The small business community requests that local social service initiatives be financially prioritized and funded only after public safety and infrastructure have received their their adequate funding. On the city's website, when asked, will this solve our budget crisis? The answer is given is clear, and I quote, further incremental increases in funding will be necessary to address this gap. This does not solve your budget problem. City council members have repeatedly stated they were elected to make tough decisions. The hard decision is to not pass this tax. Our organization asks this council to make the hard and pertinent decision to place the payroll tax in front of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mike Herron.
Good evening, Mayor Hoy, councilors and staff. My name is Mike Herron, and I'm here representing VIPS Industries, located in Ward 2. And tonight we'd urge the council to refer any proposed payroll tax to the voters of Salem. VIPS employs roughly 160 employees in Salem, representing every one of your wards, those who work in the city but don't live in the city, those who work sometimes in the city, salaried workers, hourly workers. All 160 VIPS employees in Salem would be subject to the proposed tax. I spent the last several weeks speaking with employees basically at every level of the organization about this proposal. Support for your payroll tax, I will say, is mixed. However, when asked whether this is something that they should get to vote on or not, the answer has been universal. So I've put together some comments that I received from some of them. So an employee from Ward 7, regardless of what it's for, that tax has to go to the voters. From Ward 8, I'm in favor of the new tax. It addresses issues affecting us all. However, the public has the right to decide with a vote. These are hourly employees. Another from Ward 7, talkative bunch. We won't be able to use what I have to say, or you won't be able to use what I have to say other than they have to send that to the voters. Everything else I want to say about not sending it to the voters would be inappropriate. Hear from a non-resident employee who works in Salem, subject to the tax. If they plan to pass a payroll tax without a vote of the people, then shame on them. If their response is that the people do get to vote on it, but that's in 8 years, then shame on them. Lastly, from Ward 1, just one more of those in power forcing whatever they want on us without our say. I don't know if Salem voters can recall too many financial decisions of this magnitude ever being passed without their vote. I'm sure no bonds have ever passed or levies have ever passed without their vote, but I know they will remember this one. Please refer the proposed payroll tax to the voters of Salem. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Rich Duncan, and then Selena Barnes, and then Ron Lidke.
City councilors and Mayor Hoy, I would say thank you, but I don't think thanks is in order until you guys are done with your jobs. My name is Rich Duncan. I'm the owner of a construction company for the last 21 years. My office is located on Rural Avenue. We employ 38 employees. Our company is a small, growing construction company that started in Kaiser. Looking at that address again. Now in Salem, we compete with regional, national companies, not only for sales, but more importantly, to attract top employees. Over the last 3 to 4 years, we have found the brick wall in recruiting to the Salem market. I was able to recruit 2 families, one from Idaho and one from Alaska. Both left within a year due to the cost of living, the safety they felt downtown, and what was being taught in the schools didn't align with their values. In my business, we do not have the bandwidth or the added administrative complexities to implement and manage a citywide employee-paid payroll tax. That would require an established system to track and enforce the tax. In my case, to take in additional resources and infrastructure and the overhead and the burden to put that in place would further put my company and make it less competitive in the marketplace. It's only common sense that adding additional cost or tax to live in Salem will only further push the talent away, and it will be regressive. I would say this has to be the case not only for my construction company, but for all growing companies in Salem. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Selena Barnes, and then Ron Lidke, and then DJ Vincent.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Selena Barnes, and I am the Government Affairs Director for the Mid-Valley Association of Realtors, located at 2794 12th Street Southeast. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the Safe Salem payroll tax that you are considering tonight. Our association strongly believes that the decision whether to implement this payroll tax should be decided by the voters. The voters supported the community infrastructure bond, but did they understand the city would propose to add yet another tax when they did so? Most individuals who would be subject to this payroll tax are most likely not even aware it may be implemented and without their consent. The impact to household incomes already strained by high inflation may cause further housing insecurity. The payroll tax would also be a nightmare for businesses and independent contractors to track and implement, especially for those whose work activities are not consistently done at one location and on any given day may move across the city limits multiple times. The resources needed to track these activities could be overwhelming for many small businesses. We are also deeply concerned that there is no cap on this tax rate, especially the city website indicates further increases in funding will be necessary. Our members are very worried about what else is coming next. We have heard it said that the independent financial audits will be conducted, but that is not included in the payroll tax ordinance before you tonight. As written, the ordinance also does not include creating a separate fund for the payroll tax revenue, annual performance audits with a citizen advisory board oversight, or a specific allocation of funds between the community's safety services. Emergency services must be prioritized and funded first. This means police, fire, emergency services, and 911 call services. We encourage you to make the tough reductions in other areas so that the entire burden is not put on workers and therefore reduce this tax. We request that you include specific accountability mechanisms and performance measures. And last, we urge you to send the payroll tax to the voters this November. Thank you for your careful consideration of our comments, and we do appreciate the hard work that you do for Salem.
Thank you for your testimony. Ron Lidke.
Well, thank you, Mayor and councilors. I do appreciate the work that you guys do. I am speaking in opposition to this. I am a small businessman, but it seems like a lot of the testimony tonight has covered so many of the points so well. I'm just going to talk for maybe about a minute about my family specifically, because I had a bunch of kids, and I worked really hard to raise those kids. Just in the past few years, I've had a couple of my sons that made the decision to go ahead and shop for homes down in the city of Albany because their perception was the livability was better down there, and they just felt like they'd get more house for their dollar. So they made the move. One of them went all in. He got a job down there. Another one, though, still works 3 days a week at Salem Hospital and commutes 3 days a week from Albany to Salem. I understand, I guess, sort of the impulse to punish that kid. You know, I'm not so happy with him every time I realize I have to drive 35 minutes to visit this adorable little granddaughter that they had. But I don't think necessarily, you know, punishing him is going to produce really what we need. I think as a council, what I would encourage you to do as far as the issue, those issues as far as their perception of livability and affordability in Salem is just to focus on that with your future decisions. But that's, well, and you know, the other thing that occurs to me just now, though, too, is that I've also got a son-in-law who lives in West Salem and actually commutes to Wilsonville, and this tax he won't pay a dime out of this tax, which just doesn't strike me as fair either. So I would just encourage you to vote no, or in lieu of that, certainly to send it to the people, because as people very eloquently stated, we deserve a chance to vote on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We have DJ Vincent, and then Becky Beeman, and then Greg Sandberg.
Oh, go ahead. I know.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. DJ Vincent, Ward 3, also the pastor and director of Church at the Park. I invite you tonight to imagine the Salem that you desire to live in and create, and also to imagine what happens if you say no and what the consequences are. It has been an honor for Church of the Park to partner with you these past few years to care for some of the most vulnerable folks in our city, our neighbors. And the reality is that even with the care and the good impact we've had, there were still over 1,600 folks who are counted as unsheltered this January. 800 of those folks on sidewalks and in parks. 400 of those folks are currently still sitting on our wait list, and they're on the wait list because our outreach team goes out and we're ready to provide safe, sanitary, and supported shelter for those folks. The reality is they're choosing that non-congregant shelter because it supports their dignity, their desire for safety, their desire to stay with their pet and their partners. In those spaces, they've been affected because we create a team of support around those folks with case management and peers, access to addiction recovery services, as well as jobs and next steps. Through your partnership, over the last 2 years, we have been able to shelter and support 935 people. 212 of those have been children, 723 adults, and a lot of questions have been asked. Is this effective? 432 of those folks have moved on to a positive destination. So that's permanent housing, transitional housing, detox, and then long-term care facilities. We did a pilot program to study those who are high users of emergency services. We saw an 80% reduction because we were connecting them to primary care and referrals to urgent care. We saw a 75% reduction to those 911 calls that were being put in. And so I would just implore you to realize the impact of shutting those services down for those vulnerable individuals. Just last month, we had 11 folks transition from the Village of Hope, 6 families from the CCS site, and actually 6 folks from our safe parking program as well to a permanent destination. Thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. Becky Beeman.
My name is Becky Beeman. I live in Ward 7, and I rise to support the employee payroll tax. I'll use 2 programs to explain my position. Yesterday, there was a new tent in the parking strip by my church and a nicely formed human fecal deposit on the church property. Since I'm a dog owner, I nearly always have dog poop bags on me, so I grabbed one and picked up the turd, while the other good church people were saying how ucky it was. My point is that with all of our investments so far, we've barely begun to make a difference for our homeless population. We need to increase our investment in micro-shelter villages and establish one in each ward of this city. We need to step forward, not back, so that people who live here don't have to poop on church lawns because we have failed to provide them anyplace else. So that's one. My other example is the City of Salem emergency manager, who was just hired last month after the position being vacant for 6 months, and who has a job description broad enough to keep a team of 5 people busy full-time. But I tell you truly, because of the breadth of the responsibilities and his position being buried in the depths of the fire department, he will be unable to address the Cascadia Subduction Zone earthquake preparedness actions that will make or break this city in the event of a Cascadia megaquake. When, not if, the earthquake hits, we will have 188,000 people in Salem and millions throughout the Willamette Valley and coastal region, people without water or sewer services, without electricity or natural gas, and without the ability to evacuate because the roads and bridges will be impassable. The only city-sponsored help out there will be in the form of Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, members, volunteers who are spread across the city and have FRS radios connecting them to ham radios, who will be able to communicate with the Salem Emergency Ops Center if the expletive-deleted EOC ever lets the ham radio operator position into the EOC. If the City of Salem supports the CERT program better, you can have a strong network of trained people to help neighborhoods manage human waste, get potable water from unlikely places, and establish neighborhood support systems to get each other through the emergency. Failing to do this will increase the number of deaths that result in the aftermath of the earthquake.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Greg Sandberg, and then Evan West, and then Jordan Schweiger.
Hit that button. There you go.
All right, that should get it. My name's Greg Sandberg in Ward 4. Man, I got to tell you, there's a lot of smart people in here. You guys said a lot of good things. I'm looking at my list of items, and I got nothing new. I'm shocked that this isn't going to the voters. For one, that just doesn't make sense to me. I personally, I'm a retired fireman for the city here. So I have 32 years of fireman and a paramedic, and I did 25 of it here. If you want to know some of the worst stuff you can see, ask a cop or a fireman, they'll tell you it's a rough job. But I also have a business, and I'm self-employed. So yes, I'm going to be affected by this tax. And I'm continually shocked at how easy it is to just think that you're making the right decision when you know it should be going to all the voters out here to sit there and take another dime or dollar out of our pocket. I mean, my business is down 30% this year because of the pandemic, because of the interest rates. Obviously, inflation plays part in that. It's not any different than what anybody else here has said. But when I can look at my income drop 30%, and now I've got to look into how do I track where I'm working, whether it's inside the city or outside the city. I mean, there's so many complications with this, but I'm having it put down my throat. I'm not given an option here. So if you're going to do the right thing, why don't you guys put it up for the ballot and let people, vote for it. The other thing I wanted to point out is I think there would be more people here if more people were aware that this was coming out. It shocks me because, well, my wife and I go to like the grocery store or go out to dinner or whatever. I tell the employees there that they're going to be taxed at almost 1%, and they have no clue that that's happening. Well, if it went out to the voters, they would obviously have it presented to them and have a summary and a synopsis and all that to get judged by. But I told myself I wasn't going to take all 3 minutes, so thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Evan West, and then Jordan Schweiger, and then Adam Kelly.
Hello again. Thank you all. I'm Evan West. I'm a homeowner in Ward 7. Mayor Hoy and members of the City Council, I work remotely. I could live anywhere, but I choose Salem because I believe in this community, and I believe in working hard to make it the best that it can be, and I know that all of you do as well. That's why this evening I'm joining a great many of your constituents who are asking that the Council please do not proceed with Ordinance Bill 1223. The payroll tax as proposed is deeply inequitable in a number of ways. One example, an earlier version of the proposal had employers and businesses sharing a third of the tax. This is no longer the case. To judge the tax proposal at an even more applicable scale, by my evaluation, there may be several members of City Council who would likely not be required to contribute to it. It has long been said that the best tax is the tax someone else pays, but this evening presents an excellent opportunity for City Council to demonstrate exactly how much it cares about equity in citywide planning and budgeting decisions. I've heard several city councilors express their displeasure at being caught in an impossible situation. Revenue has to either be raised or cuts have to be made. I just want to join my fellow citizens in reiterating for all the members of City Council, there's an easy path to absolving yourself of this undesirable responsibility. Put the proposal to a vote of the people. As others have mentioned, we've just passed celebrating our nation's birthday, and so it seems particularly appropriate at this time to remember that a core principle of our foundation was the importance of representatives advocating for or against taxation based on the needs of the people. Looking around at the constituents gathered here tonight and recalling the overwhelming submission of written comment, I can't find that there is any way for council to say that they are responding to the requests of their constituents by unilaterally imposing a payroll tax. With that being said, public safety bond measures recently received overwhelming support of the voters, so I see also no reason why City Council wouldn't take the same risk with staffing and funding related ballot measures. Let the people decide if the services under threat are worth the price proposed. There's truly no other path forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jordan Schweiger, and then Adam Kelly, and then Tony Shocker.
Hi, my name is Jordan Schweiger. I live and work in Salem, and I own a small business and employ people who work in Salem. I've been in Salem for most of my adult life. I'm very proud of the city that we have built, and I'm actually very grateful for your service. I see each of you making eye contact, devoting your time here. It's a big job, and I appreciate that. Something that really concerns me that Salem might do with the passage of this tax would be to further encourage outmigration of Oregonians. In 2022, Oregon lost between 16,000 and 17,000 residents that decided life was better in another state. And unfortunately, once a tax like this is levied, it's just going to grow. In fact, as several folks have pointed out, that's an inevitability with this tax growing, because it's just not going to fund the full gap that exists. People can't afford this. The average wage earner would pay over $40 a month, $80 a month for a couple, and that's a lot of money for folks. It puts us at a competitive disadvantage for attracting employees who would eventually learn about the tax and want to avoid it. I echo the concern that this really needs to go to voters in November. I think that that's the responsible thing to do. I think that's what people deserve. This is a tough vote. I understand it's a tough decision to have to make, but this problem has been years in the making, and just a knee-jerk tax at the end when the bill comes due, I just don't think that that's appropriate to do. I also think, out of concern for the council itself, the optics of at least 4 members not being subject to the tax, would not have to pay the tax themselves. I think that looks bad for the city council, and I would want to encourage you to think about that too. Everyone's read the news. It's been on all stations for quite a while, or it was months ago, how Portland had a net out migration of a lot of folks, and Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler said, you know, everything has trade-offs. One trade-off is that we would potentially have to reduce or eliminate some services that we provide. We have to balance that against the reality that our taxpayers are tapped out. They're on economically unstable ground. Families are hurting. And our recovery is dependent upon people believing they're getting a good bang for their buck. And I see Salem as a good bang for the buck. And I think that this reduces the appeal of Salem to people who are thinking of moving here. So I want to keep Salem affordable. And I would just encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Adam Kelly, and then Tony Shocker, and then Josh Erickson. Hit that button for me. There you go.
There we go. My name is Adam Kelly. I live out in Silverton, but I work here in Salem. I've worked here in Salem for about 8 years, and I've been a resident in this area for about 20 years. I'm here today to ask you to send the question of this tax to the voters, as many others have. Not because if it is enacted, it will disincentivize people from working in Salem. Not because it will disincentivize businesses from starting or staying here, or that will erode trust in this council. Not even because the cost to families who are already having trouble making ends meet will be materially negatively impacted by it. I'm here to ask you to send it to the voters so that the voters can be held accountable for their vote. As legislators, I'm sure you've heard the phrase, hold our elected officials accountable many, many times. I've heard it many fewer, and I'm still already tired of it. I don't want to hear it anymore. The simple fact of the matter is that voters need to be held accountable for the measures they pass, the people that they elect to lead. And too many voters will not begin to take that civic duty seriously if they don't feel the pain of their decisions. If the homeless population in this city and this state have grown too high for our existing police and firefighters to be able to respond the way that they would like to, and a significant portion of this money, as I understand, is going directly or indirectly to cover expenses due to the increase in the homeless population, all right? The legislature should not, without the vote of the people, attempt to buy our way out of a problem created in the end by the voters. Don't give them more ammunition to continue saying, hold the legislators accountable. The voters need to educate themselves enough to realize that the homeless population problem that is driving a big part of this financial need is not about homes. It's about drug addiction and mental health. Both things that will not be addressed one bit by this tax. The voters have created a state where drugs have been decriminalized. Building and operating mental health treatment centers is nearly impossible due to the unreasonable standards set for them in Chapter 309 of the Behavioral Health Services Code. And committing people who are the most in need of help, those who don't want it, is almost impossible. If the streets are full of homeless people, that is what we voted for. If it takes the police department an hour to get to our house after a burglary, that is what we voted for. If valued retailers move out of our cities because they can't operate with 7-digit losses in shoplifting, that is what we voted for. And none of this will change with the money being spent. I'll leave that with you.
Thank you for your testimony. Tony Shocker, I hope I'm saying your name right.
It's pretty close, actually.
Good.
Mayor Hoy, City Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tony Shecker. I'm the General Manager at Salem Electric in Ward 1 over in West Salem. On behalf of myself and Salem Electric, I'm here to express our opinion of the proposed payroll tax. This tax appears punitive to the hardworking employees in Salem and lacks support from residents, non-residents, and businesses. Businesses operate in a competitive labor market. If implemented, we believe the payroll tax will create a barrier for many Salem businesses to recruit and retain skilled employees who are essential for their operations and ours. At Salem Electric, many employees are required to live within a 30-minute duration of our office. This requirement is necessary for our operations, yet presents some challenges for prospective job candidates due to the high cost of housing and property taxes already in Salem. A new payroll tax on top of higher housing costs hurts our ability to attract new employees. I am already experiencing difficulty finding employees in key positions and have had multiple turndowns because of the cost of living in the Salem area. Voters need to be part of this solution, deciding how they want to see the City Council address these budget gaps. The fact that this proposed payroll tax will affect unrepresented employees, folks that aren't even living in the city, is very troubling. Non-citizens of Salem have no representation or recourse on the implementation of this tax. Salem Electric and I would like to see the City Council prioritize its budget to better reflect the needs of the Salem residents, specifically placing funding priorities on public safety and infrastructure. It is improper to implement tax increases without an assessment of the effectiveness of current program spending. Simply put, the City of Salem must identify necessary funding, show accountability for any increases in spending, and then put those requests to the people. Salem Electric would prefer to see the Council, at a minimum, send the Safe Salem payroll tax proposal to a vote of the Salem electorate at the November 23 general election. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Josh Erickson, then Roger Bell, then Matt Hale.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh Erickson. I live in Ward 1, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Church of the Park. Tonight's all about the investment into our community. Whether you're here supporting or opposing this bill, whether you're talking about putting shopping carts away, painting murals, or any number of other jobs, it's about the investment in our community. I have worked in this city in nonprofits for over a decade, working with families, with children, with adults alike. Some people in this room own businesses and have supported the work that I've done. And they're in opposition to this while I support it. And I pose tonight that it is about investment in our community. We all care about the livability. Whether we see that as an expense added to our paycheck, or we see it as safe, sanitary, and supported places to live. And the way I see it tonight is that you are charged, like I am, for Church of the Park to create a safe, supported, and sanitary place for us to live. And that takes police and fire and paramedics, homeless services, and every other number of services that the city currently provides. I have 5 kids. I live in an area that has its fair share of calls to the police. I can't see those go down. When we look at those numbers, where we've had an 80% drop in the ER, we close those shelters, those go back up. We have less paramedics. We have less police. We have less fire. That does not look like to me tonight the decision that can be made. So I'm here tonight to ask that you guys are able to make that decision to create the safe, supported, sanitary places that we're all asking for. Because we're here because we care about the livability of Salem. I appreciate the work that the Budget Committee did. I believe that they did do a lot of work. I've watched way too many city council meetings and budget hearings because I wanted to see another way. Because again, I'm a father, I have 5 kids. That's not cheap. But I do believe in the livability of Salem, and this is of the highest importance. So thank you. I know it's a hard decision, and I really am thankful for the group that shows up here tonight that are invested in our community, and it all looks different. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Roger Bell, then Matt Hale, then Marty Hyen.
Hi, good evening. I'm Roger Bell, Ward 4. I live in Ward 4. At the November 28th, 2018 meeting of the City of Salem Sustainable Services Revenue Task Force, this original proposal was voted on. 13 of the 14 members were present and voted. The vote was 7 aye and 6 nay with 1 absent. In that same meeting, there was a motion and a unanimous aye that any new tax or fee considered by the City Council should be referred to the voters. There was also a motion put forward with a unanimous aye to forward a recommendation to City Council to consider strategic timing of any revenue measures referred to voters. The recommendations were forwarded to the City of Salem, City Manager's Office, Budget and Finance Divisions on the meeting held 10 January 2019. It is a long read, but has a lot of history regarding this proposed revenue source. I'd really recommend, if you got the time, read it. Of particular interest is the timeline of options provided that would allow the proposal to be put on a ballot for voter consideration. There were 5 different dates over the next 12 months that were put forward. Obviously, didn't happen. I understand not wanting to send this proposed ordinance to the people for a vote, as it could be voted down. But that does not justify the actions that have been taken to push this ordinance through without a vote. It only reinforces the need for this council to table further action on this ordinance till the citizens of Salem have had the opportunity to vote on it. A large part of the budget problem is that revenue has been spent on a project that was misrepresented as being necessary for a safe Salem. The verbiage was tucked away among valid safety responsibilities such as police, fire, 911 dispatch, EMS, and code enforcement. To further inflame an already confusing budget, CARE funds, the federal funds, have been used to seed a long-term project. Based on recent records available through the City of Salem website, it is the obvious intent of the City Council to bypass the voter for approval. Besides the violation of basic principles of budgeting, this is a blatant abuse of the trust afforded you by the residents of Salem, the people you are supposed to be working for. Original council came up with this ordinance intended for it to be put to the citizen vote in its report. For any council member to assume that they should cast a vote and representing all their voters in their respective wards, that's just wrong. I say that your actions would be a breach of the trust the people of your ward and the rest of the citizens of Salem. Good luck.
Thank you for your testimony. Matt Hale, then Marty Hyan, then Jeff Hyan.
Good evening. I'm Matt Hale from Ward 4, and tonight I stand before you to urge you to let the voters decide on this payroll tax. I've watched this council and city staff for 3 work sessions, several council and several budget meetings this year as a participant, as well as providing comments when I was afforded the opportunity. And I'm so concerned that you are so anxious to make any decision, even a very bad and flawed one, as long as it doesn't involve communicating with the city's voters. Reminds me of an old saying, if you want it bad, you get it bad. And this decision not to take it to the voters seems like a bad decision. On May 15th, I was in this chamber and I heard many of you state that communicating and engaging with voters and asking for their approval, and these are quotes, is grueling, is a big lift, and there's not enough time to educate voters and gain their trust. Might I remind you, councilors, that that's part of your job description, and we voted you to do that. I understand that our city respects the fine research that DHM Research has performed for many years for the city, and I'm so perplexed that you are ignoring their recent focus group results. John Horvick, their senior vice president, stated in his presentation in May that 90% of voters would want to be able to vote on a tax increase of this magnitude based on his experience in his many years surveying groups among the Northwest. In addition, his final presentation stated under final advice to, quote unquote, emphasize transparency and inform and engage with Salem residents to help fill gaps in knowledge about how services are funded and where exactly funds come from. I really hope you were listening that night when he gave all those great insights and facts. And then that same night on May 15th, when asked by concerned councilors, will we need more tax increases? The chief financial officer said, quote unquote, can't say for sure, and the city manager stated, quote unquote, it's a half step to eliminate the fiscal cliff in the short term. So how can anyone in this room tonight be assured that this rushed decision based solely on increased revenue is even close to a good decision when they're not even sure it will be the end of more and more and more taxes in the future? So please, do some detailed budgeting cuts and efficiency analysis. Take the advice from groups like the Salem Chamber of Commerce, focus group participants, the general public, all of those here tonight, and go back to the drawing board and take this decision to the voters on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Marty Hyan, Jeff Hyan, and then Tim Murphy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Marty Hyan. I live in Ward 5. I really appreciate all the service that you provide to our community. I know it's a lot of hard work that gets taken away from your families and your children. This community is already struggling with record-breaking inflation, high interest rates, food prices, gas, rent, and other necessities. We can't afford this, and we don't like being manipulated. If you vote no but cut important services, important basic services, we will know and we will remember. We have instructional assistants in Salem-Keizer School District that are struggling to put food on the table. And Salem-Keizer isn't proposing a tax increase to the city of Salem. These are the people that help educate your children. They're all going to want to move to Keizer, I have a feeling. If you don't have enough money, why don't you stop sending fire engines to every single medical call? I look at the pulse alert, and it looks like 90% of the calls are medical. You know, the diesel, the personnel, it's not a good use of our resources at all. So really take a look at all the services we provide. What are they really truly necessary or just nice? There's lots of nice things that I can't afford right now. How can you streamline or be more efficient? Certainly with the fire trucks, we can be more efficient. If you really have to have this money, send it to the voters. We're taxed enough already. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jeff Hyan, then Tim Murphy, then Mike Fenning.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Jeff Hyan. I live in the city of Salem, Ward 5, I believe. I have been a resident of this city for, well, coming up on 60 years. I was born and raised here. I've served my neighborhood and a neighborhood association. I've served in the political functions, and I now do a nonprofit to educate people on civics and constitutional literacy, of which I think there's many here that could use some help. So, whether or not you're for this tax, one thing is for certain. Those who don't get a vote on it is taxation without representation, and that is theft, period. Nothing different. Government exists for a reason. It's laid out in your Declaration of Independence, if you'd like to read its second paragraph, and it's to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Everything else here, folks, whether you like it or you don't like it, is not the purpose of government. It never was, and it should not be. If you want to add things, that's great. These guys with the nonprofits, I admire what they do. I encourage you to give to them every dime they need to get the job done. But do it out of your own heart, not be compelled by government to do it. That's theft. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up really quick here. I love what these guys are doing, and he's also right. My friend in Silverton is many of the people in the public do not understand the basic form of government or what it's for. They also don't know when there's things up like this for a vote because they don't pay attention. Why don't you spend a little money on civic education in our schools that my wife served diligently for 8 years to help? And then you'd have a greater participation of people here that actually understand what's at stake, why it's at stake, and have a voice on it. To sneak this past the goal line without a vote is just wrong, especially when you guys were talking about sending it to a vote pre-pandemic. Why would you change course? You absolutely will lose the trust of your voters because they'll see it as an underhanded effort to just circumvent their vote. So All the reasons that the business community and everybody else has said is perfect. I agree with you 100%. And those that are for this, I support what you want to do. I donate to my church. I tithe. I help things like that as every time I can. And I encourage you to do the same thing. But it is not government's place to compel you to do that with your tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Tim Murphy, then Mike Fenning, then Mike Slagle.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Tim Murphy. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Bridgeway Recovery Services. I have 146 employees and a monthly payroll of about $700,000. I've been in the mental health community here in Salem for the last 30 years. And there are this is really quite a civics lesson tonight, and I actually enjoy being here, even though it's 9:15. Because of the work I do, I'm very familiar and with Salem Police, and really want to see any support that we can do to keep them delivering the services that they need. Similarly, I have a strong relationship with Salem Fire as a result of the work I do. I personally support the idea of the tax. However, I do believe with many folks here tonight that it should go to the voters. You all file papers to run for election. That tells me you had confidence in the voters. And I would guess that you all believe that your people made the right decision in the areas where you ran for election and got voted into. So I encourage you to have that same faith in voters for this issue. It is their right to have a voice. It is what democracy is all about. And I encourage you to remember that, take this measure. Saying that the voters you're taking it to the voters in 2031 isn't okay. That's not taking it to the voters. Just put it on the ballot in November. Let's live with what happens. Put the responsibility on those of us that support this idea to sell this to the community and convince the community of the need for this tax. If we're unable to do that, we're unable to do it, but that's what it should be. It should be the community that decides. Earlier this evening, City Manager Staley said there's good choices and poor choices. I believe it's a good choice to support this tax. I think it's a poor choice not to take it to voters and let the people of this community decide what's best for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mike Fennig, and then Mike Slagle, then Jason Brandt.
I'm Mike Fennig. I live in Ward, is it on? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I live in Ward 6, and I ask that you not vote for this. The reason why I say you asked to move $2.3 million from the general fund for the Salem Airport in January. Before you come up with this $10 million shortfall, you were discussing to move $18 million from one place to another to buy some property. The city council here, I have only known one time for one person to say no. He's no longer on the city council anymore. This isn't, Chris, this is not going to affect you. You're retired. It's not going to affect me. It's not going to affect my wife because she works out of town. But this is going to affect a lot of young people in this town. Now, talk about the homeless. I live by Macleay Park. I see it all the time. I never see anybody, Church of the Park or whoever, to come around and get the homeless out of there or see if they need help. Salem PD doesn't come around there. Hardly. I call them, they might be there, might not. But I talked to Marion County Deputy. He says Salem PD doesn't really patrol around that area. And I kind of believe him. The only time I hear that they're there is when there's an emergency over on Coral Avenue. And the other thing, in the parks, parks. Let's look at the great park downtown. Look how green it is, taken care of 8 hours a day. You go around the rest of these parks in Salem, 91 other parks. You'll go look at Macleay Park. That's where people hang out, they drink, they smoke pot, they trash the park, and finally today they came and weeded with weed eaters. I think the only reason that happened is because I think there's some juveniles doing community service. That's the only reason. Otherwise it's mowed and it's left there. And the reason I'm important to that park, You go from my chain link fence to my father-in-law's on the other side, from Hollywood Drive across the park to the other chain link fence. That was in my father-in-law's family, and it was a farm, but the city took it when they built Macleay High School back in the 70s, 78, 79. So that's disappointing to me, only being in the family for 6 years, that the city took it, but they don't keep it looking nice. So that's shameful. And I think, Chris, you better vote no, because this doesn't affect you, but you never did in my book. You never did anything in Ward 6, because I told you that one time, and you said you wouldn't take it to the city council about panhandling.
Thank you. Your time's expired. Mike Slagle.
Thank you, Mayor, City Councilors, for taking the time to listen to us tonight. My name is Mike Slagle. I'm a seventh generation Oregonian, grew up here, born here. My grandfather owned a business here. And I've never seen the decay of this city that I have recently. It's decayed. And it's not because we don't have enough money in the system. It's a culture problem. We want to throw more money at it. I strongly oppose this tax. I work for a small business that people make just above minimum wage. They're going to struggle. They have families, young kids just having babies. It's a great business to work for. It's a family business. They're already being taxed from the small business tax, and you want to throw more on top. We are the highest tax state in the nation, and you want to throw more taxes at us. I think the government is really poor with the money that we give you guys, that you take from us. Now I'm going to get to the nitty-gritty. I travel this city, I walk the parks, I see the decay, I see the homeless. Waterfront Park's beautiful, but go deep into Waterfront Park. Go over to Wallace. See the homeless people struggling, doing drugs. This last Thursday, I was on Lancaster. There's a business out there where grocery outlet, and you go behind there, there's a bunch of homeless people out there. I'm pulling out of the driveway, and by the way, Councilor Hoy, I sympathize with you, what your story was, because I understand, because I see it. I see it. Throwing money at these people isn't going to help them. It's obvious. I've talked to these homeless people. They want to be homeless. But you know why? Because nobody can tell them what to do. There are some that need help. There's mentally ill, but there's a lot of the drug addicts out there, and Measure 110 just brought more in here. That's why we have more population in here, because we have a bunch of people that say, we can go live on the streets, do our drugs, and nobody's going to do anything about it. And we want to give them more money. I talked to a guy that does outreach. He goes to homeless camps, and he helps clean up their camps, and he feeds them. And I talked to him about this situation today, about giving more money. He says it's a bad idea. Giving them needles. The people that don't do drugs, they take the needles and they go sell them for the drugs that they do. I'll go back to that shopping center. I was pulling out of the back of there, and there's two groups of people on the side of the driveway. Homeless people. Trash everywhere. What are we doing about that? Both sides. One guy had a syringe and he was fixing up some drugs.
I'm sorry, your time's expired.
What are we going to do about it?
We have Jason Brandt and then Marissa Teeve and Londanya Sloan.
Good evening, Mayor Hoy, members of the council. My name is Jason Brandt. I'm the president and CEO at the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association. So I'm one of those people that isn't impacted by this personally, just so you're aware. I mean, my office is in Wilsonville, but Councilor Varney, thank you so much for being our city councilor in Ward 8. Appreciate you. So I brought up this issue about 3 weeks ago with you, and I just want to make sure it's crystal clear. So in Salem, restaurant employees, 11,269 right now. Of those 11,269 restaurant employees, about 1,800 are servers. So the servers' median tip income in our nation is $27 an hour for servers. Yet they get counted as minimum wage employees. So the folks that make the most in our restaurant industry in Salem would actually not have to pay the tax compared to those that make less. So when you're thinking about equity, I just want to make sure that that's crystal clear. Tip income is a major part of the hospitality industry. It affords significant gains when it comes to total compensation. But when we're creating metrics to track things like a payroll tax, for instance, it will create more inequity within the walls of our restaurants. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Marissa Teeve, I'm sorry, Landanya Sloan, and then Pamela Lyons Nelson.
Hi, Marissa Tev. Very
Tev,
close.
dang it, I knew I got it wrong.
You'll get it.
I get it wrong every time.
Yeah, so that's actually my first point. So Marissa Tev, Ward 1. This is not my first city council meeting. This is not my first testimony. I've been watching for years now how this works and what thoughts go into what a budget comes out to and how we fund our services. I still have a lot to learn. It's a very complicated process, but I've learned to trust the system. I also have heard a lot of testimony tonight that isn't quite right. Folks that this is their first meeting and don't quite have the details of the bond measure down and are making a bunch of assumptions off of that. And I urge you to look at your concerns earnestly when you look at what the measure is. For example, this is a flat tax. So if you make less money, you will pay less. If you make more money, you will pay more. Minimum wage workers will not be taxed. The median income would be about $500 a year. So it's, anyway, I feel like that's quite moderate. The other, another point, so I have some written testimony. My great points are in there, so hopefully you've already read that. I'm just kind of putting a face here to someone that does support this and sees the need, who works and lives in Salem. So I would be taxed twice, but the reason for that is because I am more likely to utilize the services that are funded by this tax. So if I needed an ambulance, I would rather it be funded than not. And so paying property tax either through a mortgage or through rent or through your taxes one way or another. If you live here, you're paying it because of those hours that you are at home. But if you are working here, even if it's only part-time during session, you are potentially might need some services and you want them to be funded. I'll just leave it there. I must have missed the gold leaf fire trucks. I've never seen quite so fancy fire trucks here. And I don't think anyone in this fabulous room thinks that the city is overfunded. But thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Landanya Sloan and then Pamela Lyons Nelson.
Good morning. Morning. It's been one of those 2 weeks.
It feels like it, doesn't it? It feels like we've been here all night.
Landanya Sloan, Mayor, City Council. I'm going to tell you a story real quick. So when I was a teenager, the most important thing I ever wanted to do was to be an entrepreneur. I thought about it, didn't know what it was going to be, but that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be my own boss, control my own destiny, make my own choices, come hell or high water, deal with them, navigate them, and hopefully succeed. I'm also an import to Salem. I've lived here 18 years. I moved here from the great state of Tennessee, born and raised there. And I knew I was moving to a blue state. And I'll say this, from the time I've lived here, I've seen things change dramatically. I'm a homeowner. I have 2 businesses. I'm not a slouch. I work hard. I look dirty because I came straight from my warehouse to here because I was here at the last one when it got pushed to this one. When COVID shut down the world, I lost more money than most average people lose in a year. Yet here I am because I'm a fighter. And every year subsequent, I've probably lost still trying to survive and rebirth things that should not have gone close to the grave. My second business I started last year, which is a construction business. The first business is a car business that sells products all over the globe. But I come home, and the thing that really fires me up is when I get a new bill for taxes in the mail, weekly, monthly, quarterly. As a business owner, that's what I have to navigate. And it may not seem like a lot, but I can tell you that voting this in, which I don't want you to do, I realize it may be a passé moment. It only takes five of you, to change my life. And it starts with a $5 a day change to my household, and it goes up from there. Which doesn't seem like a lot. I know we need important services, and I appreciate them. But it needs to go to the citizens of Salem for a vote. It needs to go to the business owners of Salem for a vote. I didn't get a vote when everything shut down. I want a vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Pamela Lyons-Nelson. I'll hit the button so the green light comes on, please.
It's on now, right? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Pamela Lyons-Nelson, Ward 1, and I'm here to speak in support of this tax. First of all, I've been hearing a lot about how unfair this is, and I agree. This whole situation that we find ourselves in Salem is unfair. It's unfair we had a pandemic. It's unfair that the economic situation is what it is. And it's unfair that it affects every single one of us in ways that we don't even realize it's affecting us. This new tax will not likely require tweaks, but there are several that may be able to be made to it that will satisfy some of your concerns. Please see past its limitations to remember the dire need it addresses. The dire need it addresses. This need is especially dire among the unsheltered community. It will allow us to continue the micro-shelters and navigation centers. We have repeatedly, as Salem community, responded to questionnaires about what the most pressing concern is in the city, and it's been doing something about the unsheltered who are on our streets, who are tossing garbage here and there, and all the different ways that people have of talking about that. But what we're talking about is people who are in way worse condition than we are. So we need to remember that this is our repeatedly stated chief concern about the livability of our community. Okay, now I lost my place. The Navigation Center aids the unsheltered in getting the services that are necessities. And this is the kind of thing that there is so much research on, that these centers are necessary. Navigation centers are where the unsheltered are connected with services that they need in the community. And that's a necessary component of housing. The two work together to solve this problem. Jimmy Jones, who was here and left because he had another appointment, he's the director of Mid-Valley Community Action Agency, told us that the housing crisis will continue for 5 to 8 more years. It will get worse for 5 to 8 more years. The number of unsheltered will rise. Why?
I'm sorry, your time's expired.
Okay, because of the housing crisis in 2008.
All right.
Thank you.
That concludes the folks in the room who have signed up. Let's go online. Is there a person named Remember Watts in the Zoom room? Please turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and it's your turn to testify.
Hello. Wonderful. Let me get into my place really fast. I've been doing dishes because I live in Portland, and I had some questions about the way that this was being implemented. Sorry, forgive me for the short notice. Let me pull up my notes. Okay, I guess I'm ready to start whenever the timer is.
Yeah, it started about 25 seconds ago.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor Hoy, Council President Stapleton. For the record, my name is Remy Watts, and I've been conducting public policy design, analysis, and implementation for 3 state-level government agencies, including 5 years of council administration and Oregon administrative rule writing and implementation. I'm a public policy expert and began my career when I wrote my MPA thesis on meeting budget shortfalls in city governments. I wanted to come to this meeting to provide you my analysis on this. Ordinance Bill 1223 creates a statewide tax on Oregonians' net income, no matter they live in or work in Salem. This bill explicitly taxes the net income of Oregonians as well as the employees of the state of Oregon. From the Safe Salem website, this includes those who are self-employed as well as remote workers and 70,000 commuters to Salem. I currently live in Portland. My office is in downtown Portland, yet I will be taxed almost $800 a year towards the city I have no community in because I'm paid by a building in Salem. I do not appreciate the hand wave of it's too complicated to explain to my fellow state employees when your policy is written specifically to affect us. Many of my colleagues fall into this bucket, and there are thousands of state employees in rural areas who will also face this tax. I wanted to break down some numbers. So the bill explicitly does not tax anyone earning minimum wage, but what about, I don't know, 5 cents, 10 cents above minimum wage? Our restaurant colleagues. The urban minimum wage is $14 an hour, or $14.20 an hour, which would equivocate a $240 tax annually. Of course, that's not going to be taxed because it's the state minimum. But if we go up to $15 an hour, that's a $31,200 salary with a $254 tax annually, which brings it to the equivalent of $14.87 an hour. So you're knocking off 13 cents an hour from the $15 an hour wage in Salem, effectively causing like a deflation of the Salem-based dollar. I find the equity analysis of this bill laughable. This will disproportionately impact lower income rural Oregonians who have no say in the matter. Looking at who has had input into the design, I'm not surprised. The normative goal of this tax is to address budget shortfalls in community safety in Salem. Salem, not Marion County, not Independence, not Silverton, not Multnomah County, not Medford.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the list of folks who have signed up. Is there anybody else here who had intended to speak who did not sign up? Yes.
I wanted to sign up, but I got scratched.
Get yourself up there to the microphone and we'll get you going here. Be sure to introduce yourself and your ward or your address, please. Hit that green, there you go.
So my name is Alan Rasmussen. I serve as the president of the Salem Area Chamber of Commerce, also 4195 Almsville Highway. I had the pleasure a month or so ago to work with Josh and his team, Dr. Brown, Paul, and it was great to kind of dive into this. And there are some structural issues. I agree with Paul on some of that. But when I came out of that meeting, and I really appreciate the city for the outreach they did in that. But when I came out of there, I came out with a metaphor that came to my mind, that this ordinance is almost like a blank contract. Where the citizens are going to sign on the bottom, you guys will fill in the terms, and we have no say. The rulemaking happening after the fact is problematic. And I'm not sure that all options have been explored. The state of Oregon is not supporting this city. Where have you guys been to reach out to them and demand a payment in lieu of property taxes? You had a fellow counselor just recently who is now a state legislature. I don't know that that option has been addressed. That alone, per the city's consultant, would meet a third of a little more than a third of the deficit that you guys are trying to close. You know, some of my other comments or thoughts from that meeting was that police and fire should be, and houseless services should be number one. They should have their own dedicated fund. They should not be general fund. We went down all these funds and I'm like, this one, that one, and police and fire, houseless is just thrown in general fund. It should be prioritized. And while I applaud the effort and hard work of DJ and what the Church in the Park does, you know, the few dollars we're throwing at this is truly trying to put a Band-Aid on a gushing wound. We need to be demanding the state and the feds to address this issue. They need to step up and serve their communities. And so even in other ideas, in my company, my industry, we build modular buildings. And all the other states that we deal with, including Washington just recently, passed third-party rules. They do plan review, they do inspections, third-party, and still maintain their fees for revenue. You know, I think the builders of this community would tell you they would gladly welcome that. So, you know, it's been talked about tonight to have hard choices, and I disagree. Frankly, it's an easy decision tonight. Let the voters decide this issue for their community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who had intended? Sure. Step on up, sir. Please introduce yourself and your address or your ward. Hit that green button before you start. There you go. Oh,
that's it. Okay.
There you go.
Good now?
You're good.
Okay. Mayor Hoy, City Council, thank you for taking my late testimony. For the record, my name is Andrew Sagert. I live on State Street, about 5 minutes east of Cordon Road, just out of the city limits. While I'm not a resident of Salem, I work at the state capitol as a state employee, as a legislative director for a state representative. So even though I'm not a resident, I'll have to pay this tax, even though I don't receive the same services as the residents of Salem. Some would define that as inequity. As a part of my job, I analyze the various different agency and general fund budgets and help my boss decide whether those particular budgets are worthy of his yes vote based on how well an agency is effective at using precious taxpayer dollars. I can't tell you how much waste I've seen in those budgets during my short time I've worked at the state capitol. An example that comes to mind is last biennium during the COVID pandemic. There was a line item for over $1 million to build a gazebo for the Portland Art Museum. Seems like a waste of money, especially since the Oregon State Police has been underfunded for decades. While I haven't dived deep in the Salem city budget, I'm confident that there are similar non-essential programs in it that could be cut instead of passing this regressive and inequitable tax. I ask you to please roll up your sleeves, reject this inequitable regressive tax, prioritize essential services like police, fire, and basic infrastructure projects, and then find savings elsewhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who wanted to testify? Yes.
My name's Aaron Criswell. I'm in Ward 1. I'm a neighbor of Pam, and I work for Rich Duncan. And listening to all the testimony given tonight, it makes me proud to be here, that everybody's come forward. But I think, you know, in looking at this, I've served the military, and I think the democratic process is an amazing thing. But I think that this needs to go before the people. I think you all have a responsibility for the people. We voted you in place, you're here. And the steps that we need to do to take to make these choices and decisions need to be before the people. And I think by doing that, that is the democratic process. That's what we need to do. And that's the direction this needs to go. Families are hurting. There is the homeless population. They're hurting. I deal with public safety on another job, and we deal with the homeless all the time. And it's sad the situations that they're in. But these are the votes that need to be put before the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who wanted to testify? I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, came out from behind the pillar. Just in the nick of time. You can go right there. Hit that button for me. State your name.
Hi, my name's Tanner Elliott. I live on 585 Winter Street Northeast. I just moved here in January to take a job at the state capitol as a chief of staff for a state representative. And, you know, honestly, this feels like a slap in the face. We look at this city, we have tons of money that goes to the homeless population, and the problem just continues to get worse. And you say, we need the money for fire and police, and I respect our law enforcement, I respect their fire, and I think those services are important, but I feel like there's other ways to go about this instead of a tax. I'm only 23. I want to have a family. I want to buy a house. Do you think I want to continue to stay in the state of Oregon and live in Salem? So I encourage you all to vote no. It's a tough decision ahead of you, but please, there's other ways. Just like my friend Andrew mentioned earlier, Portland spent $1 million in a gazebo for the Portland Zoo. I know we're not Portland, but we're starting to become Portland. You look at the problems. So I encourage you to vote no and be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else who wanted to testify? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. CC Media, we're getting close. Thank you, everybody. We are back in session, and I am going to initially just close the public hearing.
We extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
That we moved by Stapleton, seconded by Phillips, that we extend to 11. We have a rule that says we have to end meetings by 10 p.m. So in order to go past 10 p.m., we have to do a motion and a vote. So that's what we're doing right now. And any further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nishioka. Aye. Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn. Aye. Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. And now we are back to questions of staff. So we have, well, we don't have our finance director. I guess we're not going to do questions of staff. Where do we lose him? Well, we can start with questions for other staff. So do we have questions of staff? Councilor Gwynn.
So my first question goes back to what one of the folks said in Ward 4 about back in January of 2019, and the prior city council said that any tax moving forward or that was brought forward would go to the voters. Did that actually happen?
No. That was a recommendation from a committee that we had put together to advise us on sustainable revenue measures, and that committee made that recommendation. The council never adopted a policy that said that. We did when we considered this similar revenue measure in the past. We did refer it to voters. Yeah, but no, it wasn't the council did not make a policy that said all revenue measures would go to the voters. No. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you so much. Josh, I was hoping that we could just start off at the very top and have you give a little bit of an explanation on measures 5 and 50 and how that works with new housing stock for the city of Salem.
I'll attempt to do that briefly. Josh Eggleston, Chief Financial Officer. Oh gosh. Measures 5 and 50, so they did a few different things. They capped the permanent rate for cities, so Salem's rate is capped. $5, almost $6 per thousand, and that doesn't increase. Prior to that, the city could levy additional dollars in its permanent rate. The city can no longer do that. You can do local options, some temporary property tax measures, but you can't adjust your permanent rate. It also created something called the change property tax ratio. So when property comes on the tax rolls, they take the current ratio real market value, or what you might be able to sell a house for, average across the county, and then the assessed value, what you're actually taxed on, that's increasing at that 3% rate and that difference. So right now, if you build a house, a residential house in Salem, it comes on the tax rolls at 50%, 51% of its taxable value. Commercial, it's about 71%. So a little bit higher rate there. And then they don't ever get back. They just increase at 3% from there.
So Josh, just to clarify, so you have two houses side by side. They're both worth $500,000. One's 20 years old, one's brand new. One pays 51% of the taxes that the one next to it pays?
It's a nuanced question, and I'm not gonna simplify it quite to there, but there can be two houses that are worth $500,000 that just recently sold that can be paying drastically different property tax amounts depending on when they came on the tax rolls.
Thank you. And the last time you looked at the numbers, how much real market value did the state of Oregon own within the City of Salem city limits?
I believe it's approximately $2 billion.
$2 billion with a B. Billion dollars. So they don't pay any taxes on that, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Hoy.
Thank you. Can you translate that $2 billion into a percentage of buildings or offices or?
I'll have to get back to you. I don't have that with me right now.
Okay.
Other questions? Yeah, Councilor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Josh, for being here. It's a follow-up question to what was already asked. You mentioned that there's $2 billion of untaxed state assets here within our city limits. Roughly, what would that look like in terms of an annual budget? Like, how much money is that per year?
It'd be approximately $6 million to the general fund.
And another question I have to ask, I really appreciate the questions on Measure 5 and 50 in terms of it's not just the fact that we're capped at only being able to increase by 3%, which I believe is historically significantly less than inflation, especially now, but also that issue of new property coming online at such a drastically different value. But if I was to oversimplify, which is to discount that asymmetric, you have two $500,000 homes next to each other paying drastically different amounts, and just to say, if we were to try and fix that 3% cap, the 3% growth, what kind of growth would we have needed over the last 10 years, ballpark, to keep up with inflation and population growth? I mean, would it be like more closer to 4%, 5%?
So I don't have that specific number with me. I will. I do want to clarify one thing. So properties are capped at 3%. The growth that the city sees in property tax revenue is about 4.1%. So we do see some additional revenue from new development. I don't want that to be clear. So individual property goes up at 3%. Overall, the city sees just over 4% in property tax growth. I don't have a direct answer to your question. I will say when we did the deferred needs analysis, it's not a great name, but we did look at about 308 positions that we were light in the city's general fund, and that'd be approximately an additional $50 million that we would need to fully fund those positions to get where we would be if we continued to address positions since the early 2000s to now.
So I think you have answered the question. Like, the math is there and it follows. I only minored in math, but I think that what you've just said is in fact the answer. I'm guessing it's closer to 4 or 5%, if not more, over the last 10 years in terms of like what we would have needed to fund those positions, if not higher.
Yeah, I would agree with your assessment. Probably more like 6, 7, 8%. Yeah.
Councilor Hoy.
Thank you. I've heard measures, is it 5 and 50? Is that what I've heard? And those happened at the state level? Is that, did those go to a vote? How did that happen?
They were voter initiatives. So yes, they were voted on by the people, and they are in the state's constitution.
So those could be changed?
They could, with a vote of the entire state of Oregon, yes.
And if we were able to show the need for a change, we might be able to do that?
It's definitely possible. There have been efforts the last couple decades, both on the part of municipalities and other groups like League of Oregon Cities. The legislature's talked about it. I think every session there's a bill that comes up, and I watch the hearing, and no one's done that yet.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. Josh, this might be for you or someone else. There were several people that implied that we haven't done anything to encourage the state to help compensate for the public services that they use. And it was made clear in our budget meetings that there have been efforts and it's been a no. So I don't know if anyone can speak to that, just so that the public that's here can understand that we have tried to get the state to help.
Well, I can tell you that I was a member of the legislature for a year, and I introduced a bill to do just that, to give us a payment, the City of Salem, a payment in lieu of taxes, and didn't get a hearing, despite all of my efforts to make it so. I have since then spoken to our legislative delegation and to the governor and others to try to get some momentum behind that concept. And I don't want to say there's momentum, but I haven't been told absolutely no, but we haven't seen any, we didn't see a bill this time. We weren't able to develop the kind of momentum that we would need to actually make it happen, but I continue to argue for it. And I know there's been other attempts in the past. Those are just ones I've personally been involved in. Josh?
Yeah, if I may, I was just going to say I have a file in my office going back decades of different efforts. Either the City of Salem alone or with other cities with large per capita of exempt property, but it's been an effort for many years.
Other questions? Councilor Hoy.
Thank you. I know the City of Salem's made presentations to several business organizations. What effort has the city made to educate or make citizens aware or taxpayers aware?
I appreciate the question. We haven't done much self-initiated outreach. There's been groups that have reached out to us, and we've done presentations on requests. Up until a couple weeks ago, City Council didn't have a proposal they were considering, so it was really hard to talk about. We didn't know what pieces were still moving around. We still really don't at this point. We've noticed it on the city's webpage, community newsletter. Both newspapers have picked it up. But as far as individual outreach, we haven't done that.
And I did notice that I think it was the Statesman Journal didn't report on this until about the 23rd of June. And the Salem Reporter not until the June 9th, which seems like not a lot of opportunity for folks to be made aware of what's potentially coming down the pike. And also, I don't know much about rulemaking. I'm okay at following them, but shouldn't rulemaking happen before something is made a thing?
I'm going to defer that to the city attorney.
The city's administrative rulemaking process requires, public notice and comments, so there will be an opportunity for the public to be involved in that process. We plan on having an expanded public outreach process as part of the rulemaking. As far as adopting rules before an ordinance is adopted, that's kind of putting the cart before the horse, because we don't know what we're implementing until there's an ordinance in place. So typically in most governing bodies, you do rulemaking after the actual law is adopted.
A follow-up question, isn't putting an ordinance in place putting the cart before the horse if you haven't consulted the voters?
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, it's a real question.
Well, typically you don't know what rules you're adopting and what kind of rules you're going to make until you know what the law says. So when you adopt rules, you do it based on what the law provides.
Other questions of staff? Councilor Stapleton, and then we'll go to Phillips.
Thank you. It was mentioned a couple of times by a couple of different people in public testimony that they felt that we didn't have sufficient audits for our finances. And I would just like you to speak to that a little bit. I know we have a lot of different audits that we are legally required to do. Could you share with the public about those?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So the city is required to complete an annual financial audit per state law, and we're required to submit that to the state annually, and that encompasses all funds and all component units. So it includes the Housing Authority and the Urban Renewal Agency, all funds. They look at several different things, including budget compliance and other areas. The city also engages with Moss Adams, our third-party consultant, to do various performance assessments for different areas throughout the city.
I have a follow-up real quick, and this one might be for the city manager. There has been conversations with a lot of us councilors about doing an audit on our homeless services that we do provide. Could you speak to that a little bit? And I know that's upcoming or something that's in the works, so pardon me if I talked too soon about that.
Oh, no, that's fine. Thank you, Councilor Stapleton. Happy to comment on that. We are in the process of developing a scope for a performance audit related to our homeless response system. We feel that that's necessary regardless of where we're going with this work and regardless of what happens this evening. We think we need to understand what the best practices are in regards to contracting for these services and what should be included in those contracts by way of performance measures. What are we hoping for from an outcome perspective? So that's work that we're committed to and in the process of again, putting that scope together.
Councilor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Hoy. I think my question might be for City Attorney Dan Atchison. It was kind of mentioned tonight or implied, and maybe I misheard, but that we don't actually have the authority to do this, or not to do it without asking the voters. My understanding is that that's sort of an opinion that is up for debate, but that if this body were to choose, we could enact this without taking it to the voter. My question is, legally, can we do this if we deem that it needs to happen?
Councilor Phillips, thanks for the question. Yes, we can. Council can adopt it via an ordinance. The U.S. Constitution, the state constitution, and our charter provides us the authority to do it.
Thank you for that. And just a follow-up question, is that the same scenario that we were in when we had the infrastructure bond?
No, it's a different scenario because the infrastructure bond is a general obligation bond, and the state constitution requires that to go to the voters.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I don't know how to phrase this question, but I'm going to do my best. Can staff remind us what kind of support is given for the outreach effort when we take something to the voters? Like what can staff do? What can staff not do?
I can speak to the legal requirements. So ORS 260-432, I think, prohibits public employees from political campaigning. So this applies to ballot measures, applies to candidates. Once an item has been referred to the voters and placed, given to the county so it can be placed on the ballot, we're prohibited from any political advocacy. So once that occurs, we can't provide staff support to anyone. We can't do it ourselves, and we can't direct others to do it, and elected officials can't direct us to do it either. So any political campaign at that point is a private matter for elected officials or anyone else.
Thank you. I'll probably have more questions, but I want to give other people a chance to talk.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions? Let's go to Nishioka. And then Gwen.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. Back to the auditing question that was already asked. Several people spoke about their concerns for understanding and implementing the tax, the difficulties that they may have and the costs that they may have. And I know that the tax includes the implementing the tax. Is that something that would include helping support those businesses, understand, educate, and then also, when necessary, auditing to make sure it's working?
Yes, absolutely. The administration includes outreach, continual updates as things change, if things change. It also would include auditing employers, working with employers, that kind of thing.
Councilor Gwynn.
So I have a couple questions, so I'm not quite sure where to start. I guess Krishna, city employees, how many city employees do we currently have?
I think it's close to 1345 full-time employees, and seasonal employees probably, I don't have that top of my mind.
So we've heard a lot of the business people here say that this tax will affect their ability to get good employees and talented employees. So is the city concerned at all about the tax to their employees? Or is the city, I mean, because I think a lot of the city employees are covered by a union, right? So are we down the road going to be in contract negotiations where the city employees are going to be exempt from that tax? I'm just curious.
So all the unions have the right to, I mean, they can demand to bargain on this one. But then talking to all the union presidents, they kind of understand the situation that we are in, so we don't know what they're going to do, right? So, but from our perspective, right now, I think the concern for the City of Salem employees is a little different than what we heard today. The workload issues and the number of roles and responsibilities each of the employees are holding, and the morale of the employees right now because of not able to provide services with the resources that we are given. So the employees are supportive of this moving forward. I mean, we did hear from some employees that do have concerns about paying that payroll tax, but majority of the union presidents have been kind of understanding on this.
So I'm a real estate broker, and the current economy, the cost of housing, the interest rates, my income is probably 50% of what it was last year. So a tax like this, while it seems insignificant, is going to be huge to my family. And just like the gentleman that has the two businesses that spoke. So while I'm sympathetic, I also know that families are hurting, and it's going to be hard. That was only one of my questions. Now I lost my train of thought.
Should we
You
come
can
back
move
to you,
on. I'll come
Counselor?
back.
Okay, we'll come back. Who is next? Councilor Gonzalez.
I don't know if I was next, but I'll take it. If this motion fails, what are the key dates for putting this on the ballot? I've heard them before, but what are the key dates?
We would have to adopt a resolution to refer, council would have to adopt a resolution to refer it to the voters. I believe that deadline is early September. So there's actions that have to take place before that, but it has to be to the county by early September.
I lost track of who was in the queue. Give me your hand raise if you have a question. Councilor Hoy.
Thank you. As to tracking, Josh, now I am not subject to this tax because bless you.
Gesundheit.
I own a business in the county, although it's a Salem address. My employees will not be subject to this task. However, if I deliver a pizza a few blocks away into the City of Salem, is that driver or am I subject to that task for that business?
You know, that's a really good question. And honestly, we're going to have to wait for administrative rulemaking to see how that really plays out. I mean, that's why we're really looking for this intensive outreach with businesses and employers to figure out how we can craft the rules to address those kinds of circumstances. But today, I don't know. Dan, do you want to take a stab at it?
Based on the plain language of the ordinance, yes, the time spent working in Salem would be subject to the tax. Through the administrative rule process, it's quite possible we can have a de minimis exception, also some safe harbors, so the reporting is not as cumbersome as folks might fear.
Yeah.
Okay, one of my issues along this path has been that since it was first proposed in work session, the targets have changed. The numbers are different, who it will affect is different, how it's going to be implemented is different, what is the looming debt, all of those numbers have seemed to change. That's concerning to me. It seems like maybe we need to try something different, personally speaking. When I see the restrictions on use, I read that the tax would be restricted to funding community safety and administration of the tax, including police services, fire, emergency medical services, 911 call services, code enforcement, unsheltered services, and administration of the payroll tax. I see no breakdown of what's going to go to what. In reality, if we don't know, then anything could be arranged. It could be, I'm going to be extreme, but it could be 99% it's administrative for all we know. And I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. It doesn't get to that level of detail in the ordinance, and as with any general fund revenue, even with this restriction, is subject to council's discretion about what you would fund within those restrictions. It's the same for every other revenue source. At previous work sessions, we have presented various proposals, including 13 new officers, a new fire station, funding the navigation center, the 3 micro shelters. That's the core of the request. I will say, subject to how funding comes in, it could be a little bit less, or if it's more. But no matter what, it's going to be subject to that community safety restriction.
And how are you, and I know it's not just you, how are you projecting how much revenue will come from this if we're not quite sure how it's going to be tracked?
Yeah, we're taking a pretty conservative approach. The best data we have is from the Department of Revenue right now based on the state transit tax that was recently implemented. And then we're taking a 20% reduction from that to account for that education piece as people get up to speed, and for if there's confusion if you're in or outside the city limits. And then with our projection over the next several years, we bring that back up to, I think, to around 95%.
Councilor Gwynn.
Josh, I'm going to bother you again. So previously, you have referred to Eugene as an example. And so I read their ordinance, and their ordinance does specify how funds are going to be used. I looked at their website today. They also have a business registry so that they know how to track the businesses. You're shaking your head no, but I saw it on their website today.
Okay. Last time I checked, they didn't have a business registry, and that was one of the challenges they had with implementing the tax. I know they are having employers register for the payroll tax, so then maybe that's what was there, but that's a challenge that we'll have as well.
But their ordinance does specify how the monies would be spent. So I guess I'm not trying to challenge you, but I guess in a way I am, because you just said it's not done that way, but Eugene's ordinance is written that way, and then they came back with an amendment later.
Yeah, I apologize if I misspoke. You can put, and the city attorney can confirm this, you can put any restrictions you want in the ordinance. Currently, it's restricted to community safety, and there's a sunset and a few other things. You could add other components, other restrictions, other accountability measures that were mentioned today. Eugene's ordinance does have some of those included.
Did you guys consider doing that at all for ours? I mean, because this goes back to 2018, right? So way before my time, which also, I mean, being the newest counselor on the city council, it's very telling to me too that it goes back to 2018. I mean, and sometimes it just feels like it's kind of smoke and mirrors to some extent, because like Julie said, who's taxed and the amount, it changes. And so it doesn't, and I know I've said it before, it just doesn't feel transparent.
Understood. That was not the intent. The ordinance before you today is similar to the ordinance that was back in 2020. A couple differences. There was one more tier with the previous ordinance. There was a middle tier, from minimum wage to $15. Eventually, if that ordinance had gone through, that would have elapsed, in the next couple of years as minimum wage increases. But there was no other accountability measures included in that ordinance either.
But Josh, if I'm not mistaken, or if I'm not mistaken, we during our work sessions, we considered various options, and this proposal that came is sort of a culmination of how you heard all the feedback at work sessions. So the percentage had been lower, but then there was some feedback that maybe we wanted to exempt minimum wage workers, so that increased the overall percentage a little more, and that kind of thing. So that's where those numbers have adjusted. Am I correct with that?
Yeah, absolutely. From your 3 work sessions and council conversations, that's exactly where the proposal came from. In those work sessions, we really didn't talk about accountability measures. If you'd like to include them, I think we would be supportive.
Other questions? Councilor Phillips.
Thank you. I have a few more questions. One of the things that got referenced tonight was the concept that Salem might be unique, but I've heard staff say several times that all the cities or most of the cities that we looked at through the various work sessions and committee meetings we had with the Citizens Budget Committee that are analogous or similar to us here in Oregon are under the exact same situation. I guess my question would be just to remind us as council and the audience who's here tonight, like approximately how many cities did we look at and how many of those cities were facing this issue?
I believe, if I recall, it's about 8 cities that Moss Adams took a look at, and they were in very similar situations. I'm also on a group with other mid-sized finance directors in Oregon, and this is what we talk about. When we talk about revenue issues and reductions and things like that. So it's a very common conversation. I will say that each city is a little bit different. There's different tax rates, different tax bases. We get compared to Eugene very often. They have a much larger tax base. They have a $7.20 tax rate. Ours is $5.83. So they are similar conversations, but the scale can sometimes be different.
Thank you for that. It's a good reminder of the limitations built into measures 5 and 50. So I guess just specific follow-up questions. I have a couple bigger questions after this, but to the best of my recollection, it was like 8 out of 8 or 7 out of 8 cities were in very similar structural issues based on those problems with measure 5 and 50. Is that relatively accurate? Yes. Okay. Follow-up question that might be outside of your purview, but I've heard that Oregon is the most taxed state in the country. According to the data that I've looked at time and time again, we're at like 24, 25, or 26. We're smack dab in the middle. To the best of your understanding, is that correct?
To be honest, it's not something I've looked at throughout the country. In Oregon, we're not the highest taxed city or area. I have looked at that.
Did you say, just to clarify, did you say we're not?
We're not. Okay. We're not even in the top 10, I don't believe.
So that was a follow-up question, was specifically is how do we compare to other cities? And you're saying we're still in the middle within this state?
Correct, yes.
Councilor Quinn.
So of the 8 cities that we looked at, though, Eugene and Salem are the only ones with a substantial deficit. Over 20 million? Yeah. It's only Eugene and Salem. The other cities were not that, their deficits were not that high. And then my question, sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish and then I'll ask my question.
All I was going to say is go back to, all the cities are a little bit different. In Oregon, there aren't that many big cities. There just aren't. You have Portland, which is its own scale. Then you have Eugene and Salem, and then you have some other cities that are around 100,000, and then it goes down from there. So there aren't very many cities of our size.
Right, but at 100,000, Salem's 177,000, right? So if we're looking at a $29 million deficit, those cities at 100,000 weren't a $15 million deficit. It was less than that.
We only have one state capital.
I know.
That's us.
I know. And what's Eugene's their payroll tax rate? And you can go ahead and include both, because they have both, right? But theirs is lower.
I don't know off the top of my head. I can certainly pull it up.
While he's doing that, let's go on to some other questions. Councilor Phillips.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I am under the impression that staff was carefully listening to all of the people who showed up tonight and had specific comments and concerns regarding the administrative rule process making. What I've heard staff say is that that would happen after an ordinance is set. And I just want to confirm my understanding is that you guys were paying attention and taking notes where it was possible to get like a specific concern. Okay. An additional question is, I've heard that there's like a lack of transparency, and I hear that. I think we all have heard that. There's no intention to do that. This process has gone through numerous public work sessions. It has gone through the Citizens Budget Committee, and every budget every year goes through that process. So there's also a finance committee that exists. We've mentioned the audits. Are there other areas where this goes to public review that I failed to mention? And did I summarize anything incorrectly? Staff.
None that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Just a final comment. Sorry. So the vote for the conclusion of the Salem Citizens Budget Committee, which includes all 9 of us elected members who serve on council, as well as a 9 corollary non-elected committee members, 1 from each ward and 1 at large for the mayor. We voted on something like this. And that vote, this time, this cycle, at the conclusion of this whole history that got us to this point, was 13-5. 13 in support of raising revenue with a sunset that voter would be able to consider. Is that what other staff remember and my colleagues remember?
That is what I remember. Just to clarify, that the recommendation was that it be referred to voters, as I recall. People are looking at me funny.
With the sunset, it would to consider it and to consider the sunset.
All right, it's late. I might not be remembering it correctly. I don't know. I defer to your collective memory over mine. Councilor Stapleton.
This might be for you, Krishna, but I also would love to hear from the chief of police as well. We talked a lot tonight, or we heard in public comment about attracting talented workers with this, and that being a really big priority and concern for local businesses. Is that a concern right now for you at the City of Salem hiring? And especially I want to hear from the chief on this as well. If we do not do something about the revenue issues, how does that impact our ability to hire talented workers here at the city?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think we have to look at it in like 2 different areas, right? So one is the talent acquisition and also the talent retention, right? So when we are looking for employees, so as you know, we have a lot of a workforce that is at the retirement stage. So as employees are leaving, we are having difficulty recruiting, new staff that are willing to do the job that the retired employees have done, or people that have left the city, because they're looking at it as this is 3 people's job, right? So that's kind of where we are having difficulty in recruiting. And as far as from the retention perspective, so a lot of employees are choosing to leave, and it takes a lot of effort to kind of talk to them about giving them hope that, hey, things are going to change in the future. But the retention is also a big issue. So we are go through 4 or 5 recruitments, and sometimes we don't get the right candidates. So we are also struggling. But for us, I think the issue is a little bit different about, I think a lot of times people choose to work in a government agency because they're looking for work-life balance, because we don't pay at the same level as what private agencies pay. So I was just talking to Josh about one of our interns, worked for us, went to a private sector. He's making probably 6 times to what we offer here. So we can't we can't compete with the private sector, we know that. But what we usually kind of strive for is that work-life balance, and we are not able to provide that either. So that's kind of where we are having difficulties to acquire and retain staff. hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. And would you all mind if I ask the chief to talk to this? Is that okay?
Actually,
wanna
maybe
wait?
I have a question. I think that maybe
Sure.
it might incorporate your concern, and it's for Josh and both of the chiefs, the fire
Okay.
chief and the police chief. So this is what Josh, this is what I have written down from the materials that I was provided in terms of what were the kinds of things that we could fund or not fund, depending on how the vote goes tonight. But what I have written down is, if we pass this thing, that'll provide sustained funding for 49 existing police officer positions, the police homeless outreach team, 30 fire positions, airport safety and security staffing, the navigation center, and micro shelter programs. And it would provide 13 new police positions, 12 new firefighters, and 3 homeless outreach teams. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Now for the part B of the questions. Chiefs, what would it mean to you right now if we don't sustain funding for 49 of your police officers and 30 of your firefighters? What does that mean?
We have 200 budgeted sworn police officer positions for the department. 22 of those are vacant now. If we didn't have 49 positions, you can imagine the percentage of staffing that is for our department. Just estimate our services. I would have to go back and think about what that really means. It would mean collapsing everything but basic 911 call response, and there wouldn't be enough officers for that either. So there'd be a dramatic impact on public safety in Salem and our ability to respond to emergency calls.
And what would it mean if we added 13 new positions?
That's moving towards our vision of adding some more community policing and proactive work into the work that we're doing now. I've talked about crime remaining relatively flat overall for the past 15 years, overall crime, but violent crime steadily increasing. It's up over 40% since 2008. It's been steadily increasing ever since then. That problem pulls our resources in more and more, right? Violent crime they're more time intensive to investigate and respond to, and so that comes at the sacrifice of other things. When it comes to property crime, when it comes to our proactive work, engaging with our citizens, that gets chipped away at as we get pulled into these more serious criminal investigations. And so that's the state of where we are now. So adding positions allows us to take a step back towards more proactive policing and stop that, pulling into just that responsive mode that we're in now.
Thank you, Chief. And Chief?
Thanks for the question. A similar response, having to lose 30 firefighters, 2 to 3 fire stations. Our response time standard that council sets for us is 5.5 minutes response, 85% of the time to critical emergencies. Last year we achieved that 60.9% of the time, so we're quite a bit below 85th percentile. You take 2 to 3 stations out of that, that's going to be a pretty big hit. Conversely, if you add 12 firefighters and add Station 12, you're going to see a 2.5 to 4% increase citywide in our ability to meet the response time. And then in light of, as we continue on each year, we add more calls. We're up almost 6% in call volume already this year. So we're going to blow through 32,000 calls this year with the same number of people we've had since 2010. So when we talk about work-life balance, they're working a ton of overtime. They're running a lot of calls every shift. And you can't burn the candle at both ends in the middle for too long. It's not sustainable. So recruitment-wise, we're struggling as well. We did recruit better this year. We have 47 lateral candidates that turned out for a job here and 23 entry level. And that's really due to the contract we just finished up. It's getting the attention across the state. How long it will stay that way, it just depends. But we're hopeful to be fully staffed by December. And if we have the ability to add another engine company, we hope to have enough people on that list to hire those 12 individuals as well.
Okay, don't go away, you two. I want to go back to Josh. We've been accused of using scare tactics by holding these two departments out there as like the ones that would get cut if we don't do this. Can you tell me, is it realistic for us to sustain the level of services we have now if we don't pass this measure without, do we have other places that we could cut to get us to a balanced budget?
I appreciate the question. We engaged Moss Adams a couple months ago to take a look at that exact question. You could reduce other services. You could reduce parks. You could reduce library.
When you say reduce, what do you mean?
Eliminate. You could eliminate those services and still not reach the target that we need to hit.
So you said parks, libraries, Center 50 plus?
Correct, yes.
And still
Parks and
not reach it?
recreation, correct.
So we would have to cut police and fire and still not have parks, library, or Center 50 plus?
Yes, that's correct.
So
It
those aren't scare
wouldn't be as
tactics.
drastic as 30 and I forget the number of officers, but yes, there would be impacts across the board.
Thank you. Councilor, did that get your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Chiefs. Did anybody else have questions for them while they're up here? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. Many people, and this is directed to Chief Womack, many people say that the trucks that go out for medical calls, because medical calls are often what you go to, are not needed. Now, having to get certified as an ACLS myself, I understand that if you're going to do CPR on somebody, try to deliver oxygen, try to be calling for an ambulance, trying to support getting a line in and giving medication, 1 or 2 people cannot do that. You need a team. And this is why your trucks come, so that you can have enough people to handle that. I know that personally, in so many ways, I feel this kind of a tax is like an insurance. It ensures that I'm going to have public safety coming when I call because my husband's having a heart attack, and that he will likely live, versus having a heart attack and nobody comes and I could only do CPR for 2 minutes. So I just want to this is sort of a statement I want to make, and then I'd like you to speak to that, please.
Well, thank you. You're absolutely correct. So every call that comes into 911 is analyzed for the level of severity. If it's a medical call, if you're having difficulty breathing, or you have a heart attack or a stroke, or you're bleeding to death, they send the closest resource. Well, that could be a fire engine, it could be an ambulance. In your example of somebody needing CPR or having a cardiac arrest, it takes multiple people to be able to perform all those tasks to have the best patient outcome. And so really our focus is getting there quick, starting whatever we can to mitigate that situation the best we can. If it's pushing drugs or shocking the patient or doing whatever we need to do, if they've got a blocked windpipe and we have to, do cricothyrotomy on them to help them breathe, ventilate a lung. I mean, there's a lot of things our paramedics can do in the field that can save a life. But if we don't get there in time, they can't. And so we send the closest resource. Our new computer-aided dispatch system uses GPS location, so it knows where every vehicle is in the city that responds to these. It sends the closest one. All of our trucks are paramedic equipped. So a fire truck has paramedics on it with the paramedic equipment. They can begin the care, and the ambulance comes to transport you to the hospital. Many times we don't send 2 units. For diabetic situations, we send 1 unit because most times they need some D50 or some sugar, and they wake up and they say, hey, I don't want to go to the hospital. So there's no transport there. So we don't send 2 units to that because there's no need to send 2 units to that. But we always try to evaluate what's best for the patient, no matter what their situation is. If it's if you break your ankle, you're going to get an ambulance. You're not going to get a fire truck. So that's how we evaluate that each day.
Thank you.
Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. To both the chiefs, I just have a quick question for you about our homeless response as a whole. And we do have our SOS team, which has been very helpful with the support of the police in that process. And we do now have 3 micro-shelter locations, the Navigation Center, all there helping to address this issue that we have before us. Before we had these locations, a lot of these folks were living on our downtown streets and in our parks. Have you seen, or do you view these other systems of support as supporting the work that you do as police and fire?
I'll take a first crack at that. Yes, I think anybody that we can get off the streets in a better situation is probably will be a more positive outcome for them. If you've had the opportunity to, most people have, is witnessed the people living on the side of the gutter in the street and deplorable conditions. It's tough to live out there, so they're exposed to elements. They're just exposed to a lot of things: the cold, the heat, everything. Getting them in a shelter helps them. So, like DJ Vincent mentioned tonight, they've seen a reduction in the people that they have in their centers from them using the emergency room, and because they're getting them to primary care. So it's a reduction of that number of people that they're serving, that they're not calling 911 as often, which gives some relief to the system. So I think it's great. There's still a lot of people out there that aren't in shelters right now and aren't in the navigation center, and we still respond a lot to those folks. That's just the nature of the number that we have right now.
I would generally agree, I think. And my views have changed on this over my career from the reality that's on the ground. We're dealing with folks that have no place to go. There's no place for us to take them. Arresting our way out of this problem is not the answer. There is no room in jails for that anyway. The laws don't allow for that anyway. And so there has to be some other sort of step in the process there. One thing I know for certain is that a managed environment is much, much safer and healthier than an unmanaged environment. And that's what the micro shelters provide.
Yeah, I would say for all residents as well. Thank you for answering that question. I did have one note, if it's okay. And this is not for either chief, I apologize. Josh, there was a gentleman who came down twice now and spoke to us about some concerns with the tip industry. That has been sitting with me, and I just want to flag that as something I'm really interested in you or in staff kind of digging into and finding out how we can address that situation within the rulemaking process. I just wanted to state my support for digging into that issue and figuring it out so it works best for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we might have a response today. Dan?
I was willing to let that one go, but thank you, Josh. My understanding is rudimentary at this point, but I believe that tips are counted as wages under the IRS regulations, and employees who receive tips are required to report those tips to their employer as part of their wages. So at least at this point, they would be part of the payroll tax. Again, there's an administrative rulemaking process and how council wants to deal with that issue as well.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Councilor Hoy.
Just a point of interest, if a delivery driver brings a pizza to a City of Salem address, the tip would have to be taxed. But if they deliver that pizza in Salem, but to a county property, they would not be subject to that. That tip would not be subject to that tax.
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand the tax.
Councilor Phillips.
I do have a question about, this is kind of a nuts and bolts thing. I understand that wages are taxed, but what happens to, if you have your own business or, independent contractor, and you have the pre-tax costs like medical and contributions to retirement, are those taxed or not taxed?
Under the proposed payroll tax?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe they would be.
Okay.
Other questions for staff? You're not a counselor. You don't get to ask questions.
This is coming back to a question.
All right.
So the Eugene rate, they currently have two rates. One is up to $15, and that's about to go away here in the next couple of years. The employer tax there is 0.21%, and then the employee is 0.3 and 0.44. So here in a couple of years, everyone will be paying the 0.65. That's the combination of the employer and the employee rate.
Did I see a hand over here? Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you again, Mayor Hoy. Several state workers basically came forward thinking that if they lived outside of the city and did remote work, that they would be subject to this tax. It's my understanding that it is for those that work in the city.
So as currently drafted, it's for work performed within the city limits. So if you're working remotely outside the city limits, you wouldn't be subject to the tax.
Thank you. May I ask one more question? There were a few comments also that this was a regressive tax, and I have been kind of like nerding out about different taxes, and it's been made clear to me that a payroll tax is actually a progressive tax. Progressive being that when you're paying, your wages are lower, you pay lower tax, but for somebody that's making a lot of money, they're paying a higher tax. So it's progressive based on the amount that your income is. And can you speak to that?
I can attempt to. I think in the strictest definition, it's a flat rate, so it wouldn't be considered a progressive tax rate. But I would say, as a tax, it's much more progressive than if you were to say everyone pays this flat amount.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff?
Can I ask you a question, Mayor?
Sure.
You are the only one of us who has run a citywide campaign. How much would it cost for us to run a citywide campaign, in your opinion? Can I ask you that? Sorry.
Well, I guess it depends on what kind of campaign you want to run. You can, if you have not a lot of volunteers and a lot of money, you can run a pretty good campaign for probably $150,000. If you have a lot of volunteers but not a lot of money, you could probably run a pretty good campaign for $20,000, maybe less. I spend less than that. I think little less than that on my campaign. My opponent spent over $100,000. It depends on what kind of campaign you want to run. In the recent bond campaign that we ran, I don't remember the number we raised. I
I was trying to remember too.
I can't quote it, but it was more than 50, I think. I think that was, I don't remember exactly.
Tom, do you know?
How much?
64,000.
And we were struggling. That wasn't nearly enough to run the kind of campaign we wanted, but we had great results. But it took a lot of time. Mm-hmm. Thank you to the Chamber for partnering with us on the speaking tour. It's a really difficult thing to run a citywide campaign. It takes a lot of time, and like the attorney mentioned earlier, we don't get any help. It's all on the elected officials and volunteers, and that takes a lot of effort.
Right, so the 9 of us would be in charge of raising the money to run the campaign.
Correct.
Correct. I just wanted the public to realize that.
Right. It would be up to us talking to folks and convincing people to donate to a PAC, to be able to print flyers and do mailers and all of those kinds of things. Yeah, that's how it works.
Thanks.
Okay, other questions of staff? Oh, Phillips, seriously, go ahead.
You're going to be really frustrated. I mean, I just want to give staff the opportunity. Is there a question we should have asked you? Like that? If not, I'm willing to let it go, but I just want to make sure there's not something that the city manager...
It's 10:45, there is not.
That was it.
Last chance, seriously, questions for staff. This is your last opportunity to ask, and then we're going to go to deliberations. Councilor Barney.
Thank you. I just had one quick question for Josh. Which major employers are exempt from paying property tax here in Salem?
I believe it would just be the state and any other nonprofit organizations. I don't have that off the top of my head, but at least the state.
Schools.
Schools, yes. From property taxes, yes. The Salem Kaiser School District, the state of Oregon, City of Salem.
The hospital?
Hospital.
So our top 3 employers.
Okay, thanks.
What about Willamette? Do they pay?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think it kind of depends on their property, but
Okay.
I can come back with that.
Okay. So our top 3 employers don't pay property taxes.
Sorry, I missed it.
I think our top 3 employers are the state of Oregon, school districts, and Salem Health. Do they pay property taxes?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Other questions of staff? All right. Oh, is that a hand up, Councilor Hoy? No. Okay. I was good. All right. So it is now time to discuss amongst the council what we want to do, or what your thoughts are. I'm sorry? I would like to entertain a motion. Thank you. Councilor Stapleton, do you have a motion?
I do. I move we advance Ordinance Bill 1223 to second reading for enactment.
Second.
Moved by Stapleton, seconded by Phillips. Discussion? I'm going to let her speak to her motion unless you have something, a conflict of interest or something. Okay. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. In preparing for this meeting, I was actually speaking to the mayor, just saying, I feel like I've been talking about this for 6-7 months now, and I feel like I've said everything I need to say, and I don't know what to say. And you encouraged me to kind of pull everything together and just restate it. And so I took some time today to really lean into that. So I've written this out. So please bear with me. First of all, I wanted to thank the public for your feedback and participation in this. I think the second to the last gentleman really talked about how this was a demonstration of democracy, and I couldn't agree more. I became aware of the city's budget concerns back in 2019, and it was the issue that prompted my first ever public comment. I spoke at council meeting, just like you all have, in support of the payroll tax, that's the one difference for most of you, to be implemented by the city council. At that time, they were talking about referring it to the voters. This issue even came up in my campaign when I decided to run. And yet here I sit. I was still voted in, even with my opinion holding. Since joining council, this issue has always been a topic of conversation between councilors or in our finance committee meetings. We have been struggling with this issue through every budget cycle and continuing staffing challenges. This, of course, was overshadowed by COVID, something we could have never predicted, and to a certain extent, our unhoused crisis. We have never hidden the issue from the public, and we were very honest with people last year when we went for our $300 million bond. A bond can build buildings and roads, it cannot staff them, and in order to do what we would need to have a conversation about revenue. That was clear from every conversation I had. During this past budget cycle, it became very clear that we were no longer able to kick the can down the road. We needed to act in order to keep existing services and find funding to support our unsheltered programs. Over the past 7 or 8 months, council has been working steadfastly with staff, budget committee members, and our constituents, and even members of the public, such as Chamber of Commerce, to come up with a plan to address the most dire of needs. This has been an open process with total transparency. When working with our colleagues, we made 3 compromises: the rate, exemptions, and when to have the public weigh in. For me, I was not willing to compromise on services to our unsheltered population. If our plan to address homelessness in our community is going to work, we need to have a continuum of care that comes from our SOS team and park rangers, emergency shelter networks, micro shelter villages, and our navigation center. And this is just not me with my big heart for those who are suffering. There is a strategy here. Unmanaged campsites do not work. They wreak havoc on our parks, our downtown, and many surrounding neighborhoods, and I will not go back to those days. It stifles economic growth and investment, and it hurts our tourism industry. It strains our emergency services, and is unsafe for those living in these conditions. The other driving force for me is that I see public safety as a primary function of City Council. I look at the strain on our police and fire departments and the delayed response times for those in need, and it's unacceptable to me. For these reasons, I support the chosen rate. We understand that many in our community are suffering. So many of you have expressed that tonight, and this will, of course, be equally hard on my family as well. Many of us are just barely able to get by, and this is why we included an exemption for all minimum wage workers. This is us taking our commitment to equity seriously and putting our words into actions. For this reason, I support the exemption. During the budget process, I talked extensively about the issue of whether or not to take this to the voters. I'm not sure if everyone here understands that this Council of 9 would be the ones to raise the funds, to run the citywide campaign. Staff are not allowed to help with this process. We are just 9 volunteers who have full-time jobs, many of us, personal lives and families, and of course, our work as counselors. And to put this weight on us, including the duties of a city councilor, is just unfair for us and unsustainable. And I'm trying to be as honest as I can be with what I am able to produce and do as a city councilor for the citizens of this city. If the outcome was no new taxes, we would need to prepare a new strategic plan because it would not align with the strategic plan that we have now. And prepare a budget for the upcoming cycle that would include a 12% cut across the general fund. That would decimate all of our social services, from the library, the Center 50 Plus, all youth services, park operations, economic development, neighborhood association support services, and internal supports like HR, legal, and our IT services, I got that right, which would put the city at risk. This would also decrease our ability to sell bonds, and it would have a negative impact on our credit rating. After all of those cuts, we would still be short. And those would need to come from our police and fire departments. This is not a threat, this is a reality, plain and simple. We would be looking at layoffs and closing 2 of our fire stations. It is because of all of this that I support the sunset date for the Safe Salem. This would give us time to implement the program, which could take over a year or more, and it would give us time to educate and communicate with Salem residents about how this new idea works and where the money is going. After that time has passed, we can take this to the voters to see if they want to continue. For this reason, I support the sunset date. In closing, I wanted to say that it is really easy to be against something. What's really challenging is being for something. It takes work, it takes leaning into and understanding the history of the issue and the ways we've already cut services. It takes real guts to come forward in support of new ideas like this one, and then to fight for what you believe in. To convince colleagues and work with supporters, to listen to those impacted and make adjustments where needed. But that's what I'm here to do, the hard work. I've had the honor of representing Ward 1 for 2.5 years now, and most of my constituents are either enthusiastically on board with the plan, or they understand the need and support the idea, even though they know it will be hard on them and on others. Of course, there are people in my ward who do not agree, but from the vast majority of people I've spoken with at my neighborhood association meetings and my neighbors, it is overwhelming support. When I'm in my community, what I hear from people is always wanting more services, more police, more library locations and longer hours, more park improvements, more support for affordable housing options, more homeless services, more transportation options, more maintenance of our roads, bike lanes, and sidewalks, more street trees. They even want family events and activities. You would be shocked to hear how many times I hear about community pools. They are not asking me to cut services. And I will not cut city services that many in our community rely on. I believe in our approach to helping our unsheltered residents, and I believe it benefits us all. I will be voting yes, and I hope that my colleagues will join me.
Thank you, Councilor. I apologize, colleagues, but we need to do another motion to extend.
Is there a recommendation?
I don't know. We have this and then another 3 more agenda items that we need at least 30 minutes. You might as well go 45.
I move that we extend our meeting. Thank you, until 11:45 at the latest.
Moved by Stapleton, seconded by Phillips to extend to 11:45. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
Councilor Nordijk. Aye. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Further discussion? Sorry, the motion passed on the time extension. We're back to the original motion of item 4A. Councilor Hoy?
I would like to make a substitute motion. I would like to move that Ordinance Bill Number 12-23 be referred to the voters at the next available election.
Second.
Moved by Hoy, seconded by Nordike. To your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm concerned about this tax because it seems to not hit everybody in some way. It seems to single out those who work the hardest. And I believe that most Salem residents, or most people who work in Salem, are not aware that their payroll will be impacted. I'm concerned that this public hearing is taking place at the end of a holiday week in the midst of summer vacation season. Salem citizens are also, as was stated, impacted by inflation. I say the voice of the people should be heard with regard to this proposed, imposed payroll tax. It should go to the voters. And if it doesn't pass there, then that's where we will all be forced to do the hard work of making changes in how money is spent in Salem and where we put it for the good of all of the people.
Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
Councilor Nordike.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Nay.
Councilor Stapleton.
Nay.
Councilor Nishioka.
Nay.
Councilor Phillips.
Nay.
Mayor Hoy.
Nay. Motion fails. Back to the original motion. Any further discussion? Councilor Hoy.
Is it possible to make a second substitute motion?
You may if it's on a different subject.
This is the subject, right? Not my original subject, is that what you meant?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I move that this public hearing be held open for written testimony for 7 days.
Second.
Moved by Hoy, seconded by Gwen. Go ahead, Councilor, to your motion.
To my motion, I think the people need more time to be made aware of what is potentially going to happen here.
Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
Councilor Nordike.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Nay.
Councilor Stapleton.
Nay.
Councilor Nishioka.
Nay.
Councilor Phillips.
Nay.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Nay. Motion fails. Back to the original motion. Is there further discussion? Councilor Phillips.
I'll try to be brief. We don't get paid to be here. We're volunteers, all of us who are elected to serve. We spend probably 10 to 30 hours a week doing this unpaid work. There's no, financial.
We don't need comments from the audience. That's not going to be helpful, folks.
There's no financial incentive for me to be here. My day job is that I'm an emergency room doctor. I have served in this community for 15 years. Not passing this essential revenue terrifies me in a way that I have not, I cannot put into words the catastrophic consequences of unsheltering 500 plus people per year. What it will do, the cost, even if you understandably are so stressed in your situation that you don't have the bandwidth to worry about them, the impact on you directly or indirectly, I don't think that the community fully understands. So yes, what we're doing tonight is a big deal. And I really appreciate people showing up and communicating and giving us their opinions and their concerns about specific things. But we were elected to do our best, and in my opinion, to lead, even if it's not popular. And in my opinion, this isn't like that close of a decision. Like I said, I couldn't be more concerned about not adequately staffing police and fire. I think that this shores things up in the short term to the best of our ability and maintains those essential services for our homeless community members. And we have seen true progress in our city over the last couple of years by doing these things. So I understand that you may disagree. I have heard you. I appreciate your emails. I'm sorry I haven't gotten back to all of you, but it is not a close call for me. I emphatically support this motion.
Further discussion? Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone watching at home. Thank you for all your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Good government is built on transparency. Good government includes the public in the decision-making process. When we include the public, we gain trust, and when we exclude the public, we lose trust. And so when it comes to a payroll tax, the voters have to decide. The people have already voted to pass a police station bond, a library bond, and the infrastructure bond. We prepared to place the payroll tax on the ballot in 2020. All of these create expectations that this council will take tax increases to the voters. Passing the tax without taking to the voters is not transparent, and it is not good government. Bypassing the public will undo the trust that we've worked so hard to build. And worst of all, this breach of trust is completely unnecessary because I have faith in our voters and we need to take it to them. The proponents have said that there's not enough time to educate the voters on this payroll tax. I would say that insults the intelligence of our voters. The proponents say that if you want to address homelessness and support our good community partners, such as some who testified tonight, that you have to support this measure, that there's no other way. And again, I disagree with that. Budgets reflect priorities. This budget does not reflect our priorities. If we really cared about homelessness, that would be the leading item. That would be the top priority of this payroll tax, and it is not. I would move on to say that telling people to disband their homeless camps and go to a shelter doesn't do any good if all the shelters are full. But this doesn't provide additional funding for shelters. Our existing shelters are at capacity. The Navigation Center, which is just opening up, will be at capacity. Yaquina Hall will be at capacity. I volunteered at 3 different homeless shelters. There are regular wait lists for every shelter in town. So spending time and money, our police officers, valuable time and money, chasing after homeless people and telling them where they can't be when we have not invested in places where they could be is wasteful and inefficient and completely ineffective. This payroll tax, if it passes, will raise tens of millions of dollars, but not a single dime for a mobile crisis unit. Not one dime. And I have tried to put it in this payroll tax. I've tried to add it to our budget. I've tried for the last 3 years to make a mobile crisis unit a priority because it saves money, it saves lives, it frees up our police and fire for higher acuity calls, but it's not in this payroll tax either. Addressing homelessness is a top priority for our people. They make that clear year after year. Transparency is a top priority for our people. They make that clear year after year. So passing this payroll tax without voter consent, without voter input, is not something I can support. And it is not the only way. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilor Hoy.
Thank you. Just one last bit. I just want to state publicly that I heard you. I hear you. I hear and I believe that you deserve to have a vote in this matter. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Councilor Gwynn.
And I was going to say the same to the folks that came and testified. I heard you. A lot of people that sent emails I responded to. I couldn't respond to all of them. I will say to my fellow counselors, shame on you. Shame on you.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make some comments now, and I don't normally get angry, but that really makes me angry, Counselor, because, you know, impugning our motives is not acceptable. And that's actually a violation of our rules. So I don't appreciate shame. I appreciate completely that you disagree. That's great. I understand that. I totally get that. But trying to place shame on us, that's not appropriate. You can disagree all day long, and I'll respect your ability to disagree. But that's not the kind of language that is productive, and I don't appreciate it. So what I have to say is this is difficult. I've heard every person. I listened to every word spoken tonight, and I've listened intently. And I get it. It's going to be an impact if it passes. I understand that. Our community has told us loud and clear for the past several years that homelessness is their #1 priority. A yes vote continues to move the city forward in its efforts to address our humanitarian crisis. A no vote eliminates these services and returns us to 2017 when we were doing nothing to address homelessness and our downtown was dying. A yes vote continues to enable our downtown to thrive. It continues our investment in Salem's coming of age. A no vote says that we're okay with people living and dying on our streets and a downtown where people don't want to visit. A yes vote actually enhances our police and fire to pre-2008 levels and provides services to 26,000 residents who have moved here in that time rather than thinning the soup yet again. A no vote cuts 49 police officers and 30 firefighters at a time when our residents have told us they want more and better policing. A yes vote implements a new tax that puts a strong bandage on our broken property tax system, but it has an automatic review by the voters. We can't afford to wait to implement this tax. The city needs the revenue now to deliver the services our residents have demanded. A no vote is a disinvestment in our future. I did not join this council to do what's popular. I ran for mayor to lead our city into the future. This new revenue puts our city on a path that embraces the future and will allow our community to thrive. I know it will be a burden on residents. Every tax is a burden, but this is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. I've heard my colleagues talk about if you don't send it to the voters, you don't trust the voters. And I've also heard some of the same folks talk about Measure 110 and how wrong it is. That was passed by the voters, but yet we don't trust them to pass that. My same colleagues voted unanimously without discussion to increase the operations fee. That was a tax that's a bigger burden than this one. And there was no outcry. There was no discussion about sending that to the voters. So I don't buy the moral outrage that we have to send this to the voters in order to do the right thing, because you all increased taxes not a month ago without even so much as a discussion. And this is no different. We are elected to use our best judgment. We have a representative democracy, and we are representing our voters. That's the way I see it. So, Councilor Hoy.
Just 2 points. One, that utility fee, I think it was called. First of all, as a person who has to pay that, I felt like I could handle that. And I do use those services. And it seemed sensible and reasonable to me. The fact that it was crammed into a consent calendar came as a surprise to me. And so I voted yes, because I thought I can justify that. I cannot justify taxing payroll without asking the people for their input. Also, as a side note, sir, I do believe that you making the comparison between yeses and no votes and what they say is equal to shaming, and that it shouldn't be happening either.
Thank you. Councilor Stapleton.
Thank you. Yes, I too am really struggling with this. You know, I want to say that it's kind of never say never kind of thing. You know what I'm talking about? Where we're kind of each treating each other right now in this room as fellow colleagues, kind of as those extremes. And I know that there's so much nuance to this conversation, and I urge all of us to stay in the space of nuance instead of painting broad brushes. It's very hurtful for me to hear my colleagues say or imply that I don't care what the voters think. I do. If I had the money and the energy and the time and the staff to take this to the voters, I would, in a heartbeat. And I'm excited to take it to the voters when it sunsets. And I will start the day after, hopefully this passes, starting to plan for that. I want to say that I have heard every single person who has testified. I do not close my ears to the residents. I have read every single email that has come in. And I will continue to read emails, and I will continue to talk to people, and I will continue to go to my neighborhood association meetings. And I will talk to people about this and hear from them and understand the impacts and be empathetic and try to explain my point of view. I want to say to the residents who are struggling, especially in North and Northeast Salem, with a really huge increase in violent crime, I see you. For the city staff who is struggling under the weight of this kind of burden, for the officers that are now working 12-hour shifts, I see you. For those struggling with the experience of homelessness, I see you, and I will fight for you every day. For businesses, especially in my ward, which is downtown, half of it, I share with you, I see you struggling with the effects of homelessness on your businesses, and I will fight for you. I will try and make this better, and this is how I know how to do that.
Further discussion? Councilor Varney.
Thank you very much. I know I haven't said anything tonight. I've been listening to all of you. Thank you for coming. And thank you to my colleagues for all the good questions, all the discussion. This decision is extremely difficult. Also, I realize this isn't popular. I mean, this isn't a popularity contest. It's about public safety, and it's about having a stable financial future for our city and a sustainable revenue source to provide the services that people demand that we provide. And I'm committed to providing the services the community expects and ensuring to the best of our ability that when someone has a medical emergency, someone can arrive on time. Our community residents have repeatedly stated that public safety and addressing homelessness should be our city's top priorities, and that's what this is doing. We're doing what people are asking us for. I also appreciated the suggestion, a few suggestions about other maybe revenue sources. Someone said a 1% tax. I don't know if that's a sales tax. Someone mentioned a business tax. We do need to look at other things. And I'm not even sure if this payroll tax got implemented that we couldn't reduce the rate or implement other revenue sources as we come up with them to take its place. I'm hoping that we will continue to be looking at things and other options because I know this is going to be really, really tough in terms of sending it to the voters in July 1st, 2031. The ordinance says no later than July 1st, 2031. It doesn't say that we can't send it sooner. But right now, we need a stopgap measure to stop the bleeding so that we can maintain our services while we're working on these other options. I read the emails as well. I also responded to at least 40 of them explaining the situation. I asked for suggestions for revenue. I asked for suggestions for what people were willing to cut. I don't get feedback. You know, you expect us to make decisions, and when I don't hear from people, I have to make the best decision based on the knowledge, the information that I've gained, and the best for the city and the residents that I can do. So therefore, I am in support of moving forward with this. And I think that's the last of my, I wanted to say hardship. Yeah, folks have talked about the hardship. I understand that, definitely. When someone said, oh, this is going to cost me $60 a month, I wish I was making that much. I don't. And this is going to affect me too, but my city and the people here are more important than me. I already don't go out to dinner. I don't go to movies. I make my own coffee. You know, part of me says I don't know where it's going to come from, but I care about people and I care about our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Hoy.
Nay.
Councilor Nordyke.
Nay.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Nay.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Nay.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. On to special orders of business. Item 5A, Councilor Phillips.
I would like to make a motion to reconsider the motion concerning the legislative zone change and code amendment to repeal overlay zones in the SCAN neighborhood.
I'll second.
Councilor, to your motion.
Could that be read again? I'm sorry.
Could I speak to my motion, then I'll restate it as well?
Sure.
Okay. So at the last, also very long and busy council session, we had a public hearing to consider removing overlay zones to parts of Ward 2 that also have neighborhood associations that overlap with Ward 3 and 7. And so I am making a motion at this meeting, which is, it's required to happen now. It can't happen at the next meeting. A motion to reconsider has to happen at the next consecutive meeting. So my motion is to, I'm making a motion to reconsider the outcome or the motion concerning the legislative zone change and code amendment to repeal overlay zones in the SCAN neighborhood. So the public hearing from the last meeting.
Just for everybody's knowledge, if you vote in the prevailing party and the prevailing group, if your side prevailed, either yes or no, at the next meeting, you can make a motion to reconsider, and that means that it would come, if we will vote tonight on whether to reconsider it, and then it would be set for reconsideration at a future time. So voting to reconsider it tonight would just say, yes, we're going to talk about this again. And then it would be set for a future time to actually discuss. A no vote would say, nope, we're done. We already made our decision. We're not going to make it again. That's how I understand it. Councilor.
Thank you. Excellent summary. And I was part of the, I guess, the unintentional majority vote that happened. Broadly speaking, we discussed a compromise and we discussed, just removing all the overlay zones. And neither of those two outcomes was successful. We achieved no change. So we had done all the staff time and had community members come and testify, and nothing was updated. I did not expect that outcome. I was prepared to win or lose in terms of a compromise. I thought it was well thought out, or to remove all of the overlay zones. I think that change is coming to our city, whether we do this or not. But I was not satisfied with that outcome. And so I'm making a motion now to reconsider. It's my hope and intention that we will take this up again in September or October as recommended by staff. I know that at least a couple of us have been interfacing with staff to kind of go over what the next steps would look like. But just broadly speaking, I was not okay with that final outcome, so I would like us to reconsider.
Thank you, Councilor. Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nordyke.
Nay.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Nay.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilor Hoy?
Nay.
Mayor Hoy?
Aye. Motion passes. Councilor Nishioka.
I have a motion that I would like to read. I move to delay the council deliberation on the proposed zone change and code amendment to repeal the overlay zones in scan neighborhoods to September 25th.
Second.
Councilor, to your motion.
We don't want to do this tonight.
Oh, definitely, we do not want to do this tonight.
There's staff workload and some vacation time pushes that to September, so I'm proposing September 25th as the time to do this.
Thank you. Further discussion? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton?
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councilor Phillips?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilor Hoy?
Aye.
Councilor Nordijk?
Aye.
Mayor Hoy?
Aye. Motion passes. All right, on to information reports. Item 6A, does anybody have anything? The correct answer is no. No. Anybody have anything on 6A? 6B? Oh,
Sorry, I know. I'm the guy. I'll be the guy. Sorry.
Phillips, you are killing me.
I just think it's really cool, and I want to make sure that staff doesn't need anything from us. I heard earlier when Planning Commissioner Mike Slater spoke that there's already work in progress.
It's really cool, and they're working on it.
Okay, it's work in progress. No motion needed.
Work in progress.
Thank you.
All right.
I agree with Dr. Phillips.
I agree 100% as well. 6B. 6C. 7.2A.
Ordinance Bill Number 1223, an ordinance relating to the creation of a tax on wages earned, creating new provisions, SRC 39.001, .005, .010, .015, .020, .025, .030, .035, .040, and 39.990. Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Nay.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Nay.
Councilor Hoy.
Nay.
Councilor Nordijk.
Nay.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 7.2B.
Ordinance Bill Number 1123, an ordinance declaring certain territory located at the 4800 block of Macleay Road Southeast and lands adjacent annexed to the City of Salem, prescribing zoning and withdrawing the territory from the Marion County Fire District Number 1. Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Gonzalez. Councilor Hoy.
Aye.
Councilor Nordijk.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Stapleton.
Aye.
Mayor Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. And just so you know, we have people signed up under number 8. Mr. Sturba, 3 minutes. Introduce yourself, your ward or your address. When the yellow light flashes, you got 1 minute left. When the red light comes on, you are done. Hit that green button for me so you're on the mic. There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, late evening, Mayor, Council members, and city staff. I'm Ron Sturba, a board member with Simca Neighborhood Association. I'm here to thank each one of the city council members and the mayor for approving $300,000 for the planning of the pedestrian bike path bridge across Highway 22 between Miller Elementary School and Bill Regal Park. My hat's off to you for all the work that everybody's done in this case. And I've worked hard, and I've had people come to me and say thank you for putting it on the board. And again, I'm here as a volunteer. I look at what I see here as volunteer. I see it in my neighborhood. People react. They take it to counselors, and things happen. And again, I've taken it to state and on TV the last couple days. The head of the United States Transportation met with representatives of Washington State and Oregon. And I sent a letter this morning to Senator Jeff Macleay asking for funding for this project. Again, thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Mr. Sturba, and thank you for enduring the 5.5 hours of our meeting in order to share your thoughts with us. I appreciate it.
Yes, it was exhausting, and I'm hungry.
Is Sarah Vick still here? I don't see Sarah. All right.
Thank you.
Without her presence, we're adjourned.
Okay.